What's going on, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the summer qualifiers, number 2 as well. I am Demet, and I may not be Grapes, but Summer, I'm going to try my damnedest to fill those large, I'd say shoes. Grapes don't really wear shoes, so you get what I'm trying to say, man. You know what I'm trying to say. I'm going to try my best to keep up with you.
I think Andrew wears shoes most of the time. I guess we don't usually get a foot cam on the stream, so it's hard to truly say. But yes, welcome to the stream. We're gonna have a great time here in the second day of the last Swiss qualifier of the entire year, and we got a lot on the line here because again, this is the qualifiers. We're trying to send some teams to the promotion tournament at the end of the split. And I know some of the teams in this very match that we're about to watch are really gunning for that spot.
Definitely so. And I mean, these teams, they're pretty close to it as well, right? Because both of our teams we're going to be looking at today, 2-0 at the moment. You need 3 wins to get in. Before we talk about the teams in general, let's take a look real quick at the whole qualification process in itself and what you got to do to get here. Summer, if you can run me through that really quickly.
Yeah, so we are going to take a look at how you get into the Swiss to begin with. This already happened, of course. We do have our 32 teams, but if you wanted to get in, then you would have needed to apply earlier in the week. We did end up selecting these 32 teams of the ones that qualified, and then we seated them in this committee, of which I was a part of. So, you know, try to get in my good graces next time. I'm just kidding. But yeah, we had all the 32 teams. They all go into a Swiss round. And by a Swiss round, I mean 5 Swiss rounds. Exactly like that. We had seed 1 versus seed 32 all the way down. And then they swapped up. Once you won a game or lost a game, you played against another team that won or lost. That's how Swiss works. But the thing you got to remember most of all is if you win 3 games out of your 5, you make it into the group stage. And if you lose 3, then you are out. So our teams that we're watching today that are both 2-0, that's a pretty good spot to be. You're really only 1 win away from getting into groups, and you have 3 more chances to do so. So that is all amazing. Of course, the group stage is what happens after this. We're going to start that up next weekend, so stay tuned for that back here on Saturday. But the groups look exactly like this. There's going to be 4 of them. If you watched MSI earlier in this year, it's going to look very similar to that, where we have the top seed playing against the 4th seed, and it's basically just a little tiny double elimination bracket. If you win 2 games here, then you go on to the next stage. And yes, I know there's a lot of stages, but trust me, it's all going to be worth it because at the end of this one, it's just a bracket. This is the easiest one to understand. It's just 8 teams into a bracket trying to get as many points as they possibly can and then moving on into the promotion tournament. And of course, once you get to the top 8, there's also prize money involved. So that all feels really good. You get prize money, you get qualification points. And yeah, we already had 3 of these earlier in this year. This is the 4th one. And I think that is just about everything for now. Of course, we don't know who is all getting the points yet because this is just the beginning of the second qualifier of the summer.
Still working towards it. I'm just waiting for you to hit me with a secret stage that comes after all this. But regardless, Summer, I'm not mathematically inclined in any way, I'll admit. But I can count to 3, right? I have 3 fingers on my hand at least, right? And so
well done.
After 2 comes 3. And both of the teams that are playing today already have 2 wins. And like you mentioned, and we saw on the graphic itself, you need 3 or more wins to move on forward. And so that does mean both of these teams, there's a lot on the line for them. Obviously, if you do end up faltering in this first game, you technically still have 2, let's say, do-overs, or you could try again. But it would definitely feel good to secure yourself a spot right off the bat.
Yes, it absolutely would. And of course, if you get more points, then you get a higher placement in your individual group. And each individual win you get in the Swiss does give you 5 qualification points. And sometimes those actually do matter quite a lot once it comes down to the wire. You know, only 4 teams get into the promotion tournament. And last qualifier, it literally was a difference of like 5 or 10 points that got Supernova in. And hey, Supernova ended up actually qualifying for NACL. So that's all the difference that you need sometimes. So hopefully all the teams can bring their A game today and show us what they've got here in the Swiss, because this is definitely the most important day so far. Anyway, it's gonna get really tight later on. But yeah, it looks like we do have all the players in the lobby. I'm just gonna take a look at this. All right, cool. So I mean, let's take a look at what the rosters actually are. So we have a reference here. On the blue side, it looks like for our first team, it is Winthrop University. This is the team that made it all the way to the finals here, Demet.
Absolutely. So a lot of staple names. I mean, come on, Big Daddy Denethor. I'm known for calling him that as well in the support role, right? My goat. Anyone that remotely follows me on Twitter knows that I have a crush on Chukis. I'll say it. I'll admit it. I'm gonna scream it out. You know, my heart's singing. That man is. He's everything I'd want in my support in my solo queue games, but that I'll never get, and that makes me sad. But it is what it is, and overall, right? I mean, Mobility, Sword, Trickster, all these members need no real introduction, right? If you follow if you follow League of Legends in NA, you will see these names, and for good reason, because this is one hell of a team. They even came second place in the last summer qualifiers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And I did check the lobby just to see if it is indeed Sword, and it is. Sword will continue starting spots. Conveying has been known to sub in every now and then in the last qualifier, but yesterday it was Sword. Today it seems it will also be Sword. And their opponents today for the first game are going to be Aporia. Now, Aporia is a team that played in the last qualifier, but this is a very different roster than what they had before. They subbed in some of the rock bottom clutchers in the last splits. PCL and Rock Boom are here. And as a reminder, those two guys subbed into rock bottom last qualifier, and they made it all the way to the finals. They made it as far as Winthrop just in the last qualifier.
Yeah.
So pretty impressive performance.
It was one hell of a run. I was wondering if we were going to, I know you, Ravish, Grapes, and Alk were all on the reveal show talking about it. I was wondering if we're going to bring up the roster swap incident from Aporia here. And regardless, though, the fact that, you know, the roster changed so much, they were still seated, if I'm not mistaken, in 11th seed. And they've been popping off. They've been showing that they absolutely deserve to be on the top. And they're looking to just keep on going.
Yeah, technically speaking, there's already been a bit of an upset, the fact that Aporia as the 11th seed is here. Now, it wasn't them who upset anybody, it is some of the upper seeds kind of dropping games around them, but still well done to Aporia for keeping up that consistency where other teams have faltered so far. I think, looking at this, 5 teams above them have dropped games, and they didn't. So good on Aporia, and yeah, we'll see if they can keep that streak alive, because this would be the highest seed that they've played so far, Winthrop at number 3 coming into this event.
Some are sweating in collection committee right now. He's out here. More importantly, though, I real quick, obviously looking at some of the players, you guys on the reveal show, you had a lot of good things to say about PCL in particular, that you were looking towards him, looking to see how they are going to perform. Is that I would have to imagine that's still the same, considering that they are 2-0 at the moment, and they're looking to just keep on going.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see that consistency from Aporia. I've been already pretty adamant saying that I think the top 4 is really hard to break into in this event. I think Team Ambition, Mirage Alliance, Winthrop University, and Lit Esports are very, very solid teams. They were easily the most competitive rosters that we had in the last qualifier. That being said, though, Lit did already drop a game in Swiss, and the first game at that. So maybe things are shaking up here in the Swiss. It's always chaotic over here, and, Aporia may be that team to slip into that top 4 and make it all the way. Because, as a reminder, I don't think we talked about this before with the format, but if you've been around here a bunch, you've probably heard us mention this. If you win the second qualifier, that means win the finals, go first place overall, you just qualify for the promotion tournament. You don't need to worry about points at all. You are first seed. And so that just means any team that's in this qualifier has a chance, no matter if they performed well in the last qualifier or not.
I think it was the Cinderella run rule, as Grapes so eloquently defined it there. Yeah, that's definitely something all of these teams are going to be striving towards as we're almost getting ready for this first draft. And Summer, you and I were talking a little bit, obviously, what we need to expect from these teams, and we talked about the drafts we've seen prior, and we might be expecting some shenanigans to possibly come out from these teams.
Yeah, there was some fun stuff. I mean, if you were watching the other stream, Rally Cry 2, by the way, there's another stream, Rally Cry 2. Check that out. It's going to be casted by Ravishing Ravish and Elk Battery. You may have seen Aporia play on that stream, and you may have seen a full support item Sejuani mid lane for Zhao Danny paired alongside Exelshi's Belveth jungle. So we might get some really fun stuff in the draft today. Of course, we are on a more recent patch to all of our friends here in the qualifiers. They played the entire last one on 13.11. Now we're in 13.13, and hey, look at that. We're into the draft already.
Yeah, we are ready to get started. One of these two teams, Summer, is going to go ahead and secure themselves a spot in the group stage, while another one, unfortunately, is still going to have to play a couple more games, or possibly just one. You know, depending. Well, you never know what happens. It's always an interesting conundrum. But regardless, the bands are getting underway here. Winthrop getting rid of the Jace, while on the flip side, Aporia. I want to see that LeBlanc. That's one of the two Shiv members off the board.
Yeah, with Kaiser being the other one, I would expect that to have some high priority here. Sword has been known to play a lot of this LeBlanc, or at least it's been banned against him a lot because he plays it so well. I remember, I think all 5 games in the finals, LeBlanc was banned. So, yeah, some good priority on that champion. It's still very powerful, even with the Shiv changes. Tristana, also a very strong mid laner, and one that provides a lot of physical damage into a role that is pretty difficult to fit that in sometimes.
Yeah, definitely is rather rough. Little surprise, there was well, there's still one more ban remaining for the red side here. Obviously, we've talked about the Renekton, right, was something that we saw yesterday as well. It's taken off the board immediately, as it is a rather strong pick in this top side at the moment. Winthrop, though, so far, they look like they're really singling out this top side here with the 2 of the 3 bans so far going to these top laners.
Yeah, the Jace has been really powerful. I know that's been a champion of choice for a lot of these teams because, just like I was saying, mid lane is sometimes pretty difficult to find physical damage in. Tristana and Jace are the 2 big exceptions, so past that, it can get pretty tricky. Now, with that Renekton banned away on the blue side, we're doing pretty well for ourselves so far as predicting the bans. I'm liking this.
Definitely so here. Final ban coming out from Aporia is going to be the Kindred taken off the board. Even though Kindred got a hit with the nerf hammer in 13-13, still feels pretty good. I haven't been feeling it too much. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, pretty powerful champion. I know we were also lamenting over our Ivern experiences as that champion's pretty silly right now, but we did in this draft mention the Kaisa as the other Shiv sister. We're seeing her here as the first pick for Winthrop. You know, can send that one over mid for Sword. Instead, could be mobility. Aporia though. Okay, this is the champion that I've really been wanting to see and wanting to cast because Rumble, in my opinion, is the best top laner in the entire game right now. With the most recent heat changes, you get a cap of 150 instead of 100. You get another extra spell rotation before you overheat, and the percent health damage on this Flame Spitter. He scales really well alongside still having his early game power. So I think this champion's really nuts.
Definitely coming through here. On the flip side, though, Lamentum run from him. Destiny comes all the same, and Ivern is here. It's locked on in for Winthrop. Those changes that come out for him have really been benefiting just overall the overall health of the champion, and overall just how dangerous it is. Really, I mean the shields, the knockups, the stuns, everything. Daisy, I've never wanted to say kick rocks more than when I have to see an Ivern on the field because Daisy's just it infuriates me every time I have to see him.
Yeah, I wonder what champion could you kick Daisy with? Because you can't Lee Sin ult the Daisy. She's not a champion. What other champions have like a kick move?
Does the Melio super mega fire kick?
I mean,
that work? I think so.
He's kicking like the ball though.
It's like an extended, a kick by extension.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So maybe Aporia can go for Melio here and flex the Rel into the jungle because that is a possibility. Rel super powerful as that flex opportunity. Aporia does have that one as an early pick, I think, with that in mind. Seems like they're hovering over to this Azir. This has been a champion that Zhao Danny's played quite a lot of, so wouldn't be too surprised to see that one blinded for them. Saves the counter pick available if they want to send that one, send the Rel, to the jungle and save their support counter pick for later.
Definitely so here, but now the mid laners being brought out as these ban faces are over with the Azir as well as the R being grabbed. The Azir especially something we've seen really. It feels like Azir has never fallen out of style. He's always just kind of there. The birds on the tree always kind of watch it, you know.
He is stylish too. He's got that big yellow cloak, very majestic. I say yellow. I think you'd probably prefer if I called it gold.
True.
That's more royal.
Some respect on the Emperor. Come on now. Come on.
Yeah, my mistake. I don't want to get smited. So we do have the Rakan banned by Winthrop. They know that this Rel is possibly flexed into the jungle. However, Aporia still does have that opportunity to put Rel into the support role. I really like that Winthrop are playing this Alistar, though. This is not the first time that Chookies has pulled this out in the qualifier. It's really good into Rel because you have multiple ways to knock her out of the crash down and deny that big engage that Rel is so well known for. And it is going to be the Alistar into Rel matchup, so that ended up working out very nicely for Winthrop University.
Definitely so. And I mean, they picked it so early on as well. They were confident that they weren't going to have to worry about it. And I mean, listen, I had the misfortune of watching Rel Jungle over on Shibi's live stream. It's disgusting. I'm not going to lie. It's a little disgusting, but I'm happy we're not seeing it this time around. But we have all both lineups are here and available for us. Obviously, last we'd have to touch on the Camille as well as the Wukong being picked up to round out these compositions, but it's looking dicey. Let me put it that way, so.
Yeah, Winthrop has got a really powerful set of champions to kill one target at a time. They've got Camille ultimate to set up for the Ahri ult resets. They've got the Kaisa flying in from nowhere, and then Ivern, supporting him all from the side lanes. But I will say, they're playing into some of the most powerful 5v5 champions in the entire game. Wukong coming in from the ultimate with the Cyclone, the Rel follow-up, things like the Rumble Equalizer on top of all of that. I think if these two teams find themselves in a 5v5 situation, Aporia's champions do seem very well suited for that. So it's going to be up to them to actually set up a 5v5 scenario, set up for these objectives, and make sure that a 5v5 actually does happen, and that Winthrop's Camille, that Denethor is so skilled at, doesn't just run them over and take all the structures in the side lane.
Absolutely. So, listen, usually say you should never go with a results-based analysis. We're going to have to hold on to that point because Elsa is already in a tricky spot. They're looking to run him down. A lot of damage coming through. Denethor, the flamethrower is here. PCL.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. You called it, Summer. One kill going on over. Give it a second on over to Denethor. And we're 1 minute in and we're already throwing hands left, right, and center. Rock Boom trying his best to hold them off. And we're going to go down to Sword, and it's just back and forth, back and forth. It is an absolute just cluster right now. PCL's flamethrower not quite going to find the mark, but mobility will. Clyde going back in onto Denethor, but just lacking the damage needed. And overall, 1 minute and 20 seconds in, and it's already 3 kills on over to Winthrop University. Well, welcome to NACL qualifiers.
Did we accidentally queue up for Howling Abyss? Like, this looks like my level 1's in ARAM. Like, we're just starting things off, shaking off the rust, I guess. It is 10 in the morning for some people here, if you're on the Pacific Coast. So maybe shaking off the rust is ideal, but that play ended up being far more ideal for Winthrop University. As like you said, they did get 3 kills on the play. Oh, this game is already pretty goofy. And you know what? They started so fast, we forgot to even thank our sponsor here. And that sponsor is, of course, Turo, because the NACL qualifiers and the NACL as a whole are brought to you by Turo, which is the world's largest car sharing marketplace. And you can book any car that you want for just about any occasion, because you don't have to worry about the boring rental cars anymore when you book on Turo.com. So thank you so much to Turo, and thank you to these two teams for making things so interesting that we had to delay the sponsor read.
Summer, dare I say that Turo is perhaps the driving force of NA's talent developmental landscape? No pun intended.
I think they'd like that. Yeah, I think they'd be down for that tagline. Yeah.
Shout out to them. But yeah, most importantly, 3 kills already over to Winthrop. A back and forth sort of battle coming through here. And the kills as well, not just all focus on one member, as it's looking like Denethor might be picking up 1 extra kill here as well. Looking for PCL. Nowhere for him to go except into the dirt, and down he goes. That's 2 kills for Denethor.
Yeah, you got to remember that pretty much everybody flashed in that level 1 as well. So no summoner spells. This is kind of a jungler's paradise. You just roll on in, drop your crowd control, and that's how it works. As Zhao Danny, I think, is about to get Alistar headbutt pulverized.
Oh yeah, X flashing on over the wall. He's still gonna run him down. Sword is pretty low, has to be careful. Not quite gonna find the charm, but it's not going to be needed because the ignite comes through and Chookies is there to collect a nice roam coming through.
Yeah, very good. I was wondering if Sword was going to still get the assist, because it did end up being a little bit of a goose chase, but Zhao Danny still falls. He actually did use his dash. Whoa, look at this.
For a bit more. That comes out mobility. Gonna be able to dash out of that one today, so we should be okay.
That's good, though, Echo, because now nobody has any flashes. Those were the only 2 remaining members that had it, so perfect. Ooh.
Oh, a little bit more coming through here. Really got Chookies and mobility in a tight spot here, stuck under their turret, and they know it. No one's there to help them out by a long shot, so it's going to be up to them. He's coming through as well. Stun gets dropped onto mobility. Clyde is taking up the turret for as long as he can. That's going to result in a 1-for-1. Excelsis trying to stand as the dash on the way. Meanwhile, on the top side, PCL is receiving the same treatment once again, but the flamethrower is going to be enough, and he's collected. Down goes Denethor, and there's nothing that he can do but walk. PCL wants more, though. He's overheated, overclocked. His GPU is running, but it's not quite going to be enough. Oh, he's trying. Root lands, and Trickster's going in for the kill.
It's always the slow burn with Ivern. And no, that wasn't a Rumble pun. He just does no damage. So it's just eventually he will poke you down with those little tiny green auto attacks, and PCL just has to, wait and hope that it's not going to be enough. Unfortunately, it is that kill going over to Trickster, and Aporia still at the back foot. They're now down 5 kills. 5 minutes. Oh, this is... Yeah, all right. I mean, let's talk about how this is going to affect the mid game, because I mean, Aporia's entire top side struggling quite a bit. They're trying to make these plays happen on the bot lane with the multiple dive attempts from Excelsius down there, but I think that their top side is just falling way too far behind. I mean, look at Sword, he's 303 already.
Yeah, it is rough. Denethor as well was 2-1 at the moment. Obviously, that kill does go on over to PCL, collecting a little bit of that extra cash. It's going to keep him in this. But Sword, waiting for him to look to kind of move, right? Look for these roams coming through. It's going to be tricky, because especially if you're looking at the map, right? Look at that bot site. It is just boarded up from Korea. They want to make sure that absolutely no one sneaks on into them.
See how that affects the those objectives, and if this mid game actually does end up being a really big problem for Aporia, like I think it will. Sword isn't even level 6 yet, so we're at a point where Aporia can maybe take some minutes to figure out a game plan. Saying that though, Sword actually does have ult now, so this is your time's up. You're gonna get spirit rushed, and it's not gonna feel very good. So you have to do something about that so that you don't just get completely obliterated in this game.
Yeah, PCL had a feeling something was up, and rightfully so. Churchill was up there once again, was looking for something. Not gonna find too much. Sword not quite gonna find the charm there, so ultimately no kill threat out. But regardless, you can tell the amount of respect that has to be given to him.
Yes, this is a really, really powerful Ahri, and I, for one, am glad that we're not getting the Shiv Ahri anymore in these games, because that was a little too goofy. I can understand LeBlanc, because she doesn't really have any wave clear, but, I mean, Ahri does have wave clear, so, like, I just want the spells to deal a lot of damage, and that's what this build is all about, because you end up going for a lot of those picks. You can go for things like the Everfrost as well, to add another spell to your arsenal, another, hit confirm for your charm, and that all feels great. So, I'm in full support of the actual AP items for Ahri.
Indeed, no dark tech coming out for Ahri this time around here. PCL, Denethor, my God, you were not lying, Summer. That damage that comes out is quite a bit. I mean, Denethor had just come back to lane, already back down to half health, probably pinging Trickster, come back up, please. I need some more help.
Yeah, this Rumble champion is very silly. And you're seeing that PCL did take Ignite just to make sure that he has even more kill threat in this lane. It's working pretty well. He's already up 12 CS and got those early kills, even through the relentless ganks. Excelsius has taken some time to appreciate the pressure, stealing away the blue buff from Ivern. Not something that's super difficult to do. He can't really smite it. You have to use your passive on Ivern, so he will just be walking away. Will be able to smite the Rift Herald if it comes down to it, though, and Daisy's here to scout out the area.
They did first member on in, applying a little bit of that pressure. Denethor can't move though. PCL with the flamethrower, keeping him stuck. Charm is gonna find the mark. Sword is here. No HP bars in this pit. He's gonna have to dive on back out of there. Herald is gonna go on down. Cyclone does come through. It was collected by Excelsis. Now he's just gotta get out of there somehow, some way, but they're not gonna let him.
Man, I really love the patience there from Sword. It didn't even need to use his Spirit Rush at the end of that play because he just knew his damage output very well. Oh my god.
Chucky's my goat.
God.
Look at him. Chucky, yes, he knows. Time to knock him. Let's go. That's my boy.
Oh no, BCL! You got a Daisy.
They're looking for him. Daisy's there, tanking it up. Nice flash and not get hit by the root. But there's just so much CC coming through. But PCL able to hold his ground, but it's just not quite gonna be enough. Sword barely staying alive. A valiant attempt from PCL. Not gonna be enough.
And that is why the ultimates were saved, so they can go for the play after the fact. PCL using both of the summoner spells and his ultimate, and yeah, he's just still perishes underneath that turret. Man, Winthrop executing that dive very, very nicely. They do miss out on the Rift Herald, but these map plays, the team plays, have been really on point so far in this game, and they really want to get into that group stage with this game, you can tell.
Yeah, really see how obviously talked about in the draft, right? When you look at a Brewers team, they want those full 5-on-5 fights to come through, and it feels like Winthrop, you know, they've surveyed the situation, they've realized that, and so they're making sure they're making these skirmishes happen early and capitalizing on that. And I mean, the fact that they're 11-3, it definitely emphasizes it's been working for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, this game has not really been about the bottom lane whatsoever. Winthrop does have a slight gold lead, as you can see, but you're seeing that Rockwood's keeping himself at a pretty nice CS total. He's got a Kraken Slayer already on this Xayah, so it's not like Aporia's bottom lane is out of this game, and I think that's going to be the saving grace for them, because you really need to have this Xayah online. This is the one champion that is actually pretty difficult to engage on.
Oh, coming through. Nice root. Gonna follow. Look for the knock up, and Denethor flying in like Batman, just taking him on out. There's nothing PCL can do this game. It is unfortunate.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is the downside to going for the Ignite on Rumble. If you get dove, then you're just completely out of the game.
You are. Just here as well with Sword. Got him in a tricky spot. The root land. Damage coming on and through, and they're just going to look to run him on down. Dream Shuffle. Going to buy him a little bit of time, but Sword's just able to dash back over the wall, picking up his 5th kill of the game.
Man, the Emperor's Divide used only on Daisy there. That's how threatening that spell is. So, that's ridiculous.
So here, Feather Storm. Get dropped down. To find the root, it's going to allow them to get on out of there. The ghost was used as well, so that's going to be down for the time being. Capitalize on that is now. Trickster and Shokies are just going to be establishing some dominance here. Curious to see if they go for this drag now. It's been up for quite a while, but no one's looked at it yet.
Well, we're looking now. 12 minutes in. This is going to be the first drake of the game, as you said. Winthrop starting that up. I want to point out something very funny in this game. Excelsis has a Serpent's Fang on Wukong, a lethality item specifically targeted at cutting down shielding, which I know as a Jamaican Banana fan, the Ivern streamer, he always gets very upset when he has to play against Serpent's Fang as the Ivern, because it cuts half of your shields, and that's so much of Ivern's character, especially when you're going for the support build, which it does seem like Trickster is. So I know, you know, Jamaican is pretty sad about that one, but I really don't think that Winthrop's going to be that sad. I mean, this is going to cut the impact of Wukong really heavily. I really don't think this is going to be an effective team fighting tool at this point. He's just, well, I guess he's going to prove it to us now.
Yeah, Cycle does come through. Nice double knock up here, taking enough buying time for Sword to get on in there. Gotta find one, gotta find two. Great double comes through, but it's only gonna find one mark, and it will do little. Keep them alive. 3 members down, going in deep. The charm finds Clyde. They don't quite have it. The root comes through from max range. Not quite enough damage. Ultimately, 3 members will fall in. Winthrop is just pushing on.
This is such a clean game from Sword. Oh my god, it keeps getting cleaner. Holy moly, the Flash Charm finds himself a 7th kill in this game. A couple of turret plates in the mid lane. And yes, that's right. He has 7 kills before the turret plates have even fallen here, damn it. This is a brutal stomp from the mid laner for Winthrop University.
Winthrop is not looking to come second place this time around or ever again for that matter, and they know the first step towards that is making it towards the group stage, having those 3 wins under their belt. And Summer, dare I say that they are on the right path towards that.
Oh, it's feeling like it for sure. Sword just picked up the ego book. He's feeling it. He has 2 full
Knowledge.
items and full boots as the turret plates fell. This is a big game for him on the Ahri, and like I said before, Winthrop knows the stakes of this game. They know that if they win this one, they're already in the groups, and they don't have to worry about that anymore. They can just focus on improving as a team, taking the rest of this weekend, and maybe a couple more kills, a couple more points for the qualification, but really, their eyes are on the prize, and that is making it to the finals again and righting the wrong in that game 5 that just barely got them to second place rather than first against Team Ambition.
For Seporia, not going to make it easy for them. It's looking rather daunting for them in this game, but you know, we've obviously seen a lot of upsets coming through, where it's going to look for some kind of way to get on through. The Crown, the Shattered Queen. I think this is here alive here. The burst that comes through from Sword, not quite going to use enough. That was definitely a wake-up call. You really are not allowed to step outside of the confines of your turret.
I hope the Zhao Danny knows that already, because he is 050 on the Azir. This is,
It'll sink in after maybe the 6th day. It'll sink in, you know?
Well, let's see.
There he is. Sword's back. You know what? Maybe you can't leave the confines of your base, actually. Let me rephrase.
Oh, hi. It's the supports.
Cookies, Clyde.
Let's just trade some glacials. Yeah.
And high there. Earl is going to get
I
dropped.
spilled
in
all the
this mid
snow
lane.
everywhere. Sorry. I'm on the way to the function. I dropped my cooler.
Indeed, as well as dropping that mid tier 1, looking for the crack.
Oh!
They're gonna find it. Nice ult coming through from PCL. He's looking to finally make a change. Manifest Destiny. This would be the time. They're not gonna find it, and the TP's coming through now from Denethor, which means that they've got to back off, but they're gonna find PCL as well as Clyde. Rockbrew has to use the Feather Storm to stay alive. Now Danny with a flash over the wall to just barely escape with his life. Excelsis. Yeah. Cyclone just barely out of there. They lose 2 members, and it looked like it might have been a good play at the start there, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could have been, but Clyde got his entire engage shut down by Sword's Charm. I mean, I was talking about how Chookies is already playing this Alistar, which is so difficult for Rel to compete with, but the entire crash down Magnet Storm, just one little pink heart flying through the air completely obliterates it, and Clyde just can't do a single thing about it. I mean, Sword's already like doing so much in this game, but now he's also playing disengage for his team. 9 kills on the mid lane Ahri. Masterclass here in the first game of the Swiss in day 2 anyways. Game 3 actually.
You know, they're looking for collapse.
They've got
here.
him.
There we go. They finally take down a Sword. The knowledge in his book, they ripped out and burnt some of the pages, and they've got themselves a juicy shutdown to come on through there. Some would say this is the first step in the right direction for a forward.
Yeah, they are. You know the pit that Batman gets thrown down in The Dark Knight Rises. I feel like they just stepped 1 rung up a ladder in the pit. You know, they're still in the pit.
They're deep in there.
Instead of 5,000 feet below sea level, they're 4,999, perhaps.
Hey, it's all about that first step. It's the little wins. It's the little things. Regardless here, we'll have to see what they can make out of that shutdown they collected. As Winthrop is going to go ahead and grab themselves the second dragon here, and it's going to be a Hexel. So if it was already dangerous enough to leave the confines of your base, it just got a whole lot easier for Winthrop to get all around the map.
That is the most annoying interaction I've ever seen. Static Shiv on the minion wave breaks the crown of the Shattered Queen. Oh. Man, that item sucks.
I didn't even realize that. Yo, that's the new tech. PCL's got to find some never mind. Okay. Well, I was going to say he's got to find something, but he will find nothing. Too much damage comes out. PCL is going to go down once again.
This is what I was talking about in the side lane here, because Aporia, they're playing this comp that really needs to have these 5v5 set up for themselves. They need to go for the big wombo combo engages, which they have tried, but it's not going so well for them. I mean, they're very far down, and when they do end up going for these engages, they just get stuffed, like the charm that we saw before. Even still, the side laning is just not working for them either. You're just going to get killed by Camille, as shown here. By PCL right there, his 7th death of the game.
Oh my god, Bute's not coming through. Killer instinct and mobility just shuts down Rock Boom. Down he goes. They're waiting for this minion wave so they can continue the push here. Actually, the back getting canceled as well from Static Shiv there. It's gonna take Clyde more time to get on back. His sword is gonna keep pushing on, and it definitely feels like the walls are they're closing in right now, Summer.
I mean, literally, they're cut off from the vision with the Ivern brushes. You can't even leave from underneath your turret. I mean, you can't even be underneath your turret, as we just saw from Rock Boom. That was probably the most obnoxious death I've ever seen. Like, at least with Rengar, he lets you know, like, hey, there's some eyes above you. You're about to get one shot. You know, like, you know that you're helpless against that, but with Daisy like whacking at you underneath your own turret with the Kaisa W just pelting you from a mile away, like that's like a slow death. That's a painful one that it's torturous with it. You know, at least Rengar's quick.
Literally getting stoned, actually brutal. Can't even be showing that here, but regardless, Oria looking, trying to see if there's anything they can do here just to pressure, make sure the Baron is started up. But Winthrop University, there we go. Now they're going to look, go ahead and start it up here. They've got the vision set on down. No vision on this Baron itself, though, for Aporia. And they know they have to march towards it. Sword. They get a bit of poke damage down. Dashing on the way. Doesn't want to get caught up. Chuki's going in deep. The Baron is down. And now it's time to collect. Celsus is the first member to go on down. Thunderstorm gets dropped, but it's not going to be enough. Everyone is being annihilated. And Winthrop, with the clean ace, they don't lose a single member, and they're marching towards the base.
Oh, it's just a slaughter here, Echo. Aporia can't even go for a single bit of engage. They're all just corralled into that part of the jungle, and you see Swords Everfrost just shuts them all out. Very clean 5-for-0 play for Winthrop University. They're going to recall one little last time. They can teleport to this minion, make sure that they have enough power to close out this game right now and qualify for the group stage.
Looking towards it, Clyde with the final stand will go down for the tower, but it is going to be futile. Winthrop University looking to pad those KDs a little bit more. They are going to lose Shukis at the end of the day, but it's a trade well worth it. You lose Shukis, but for that, you get all 5 members, you get the base, and you get the group stage. They're going into the base. They are going to lose mobility as well. More damage coming on through. Now Danny's holding the line as best he can. He's buying time. He's got the footwork. No! Clyde's back up. He's going to save the day. Trust. Oh, I don't. Okay, he won't. Unfortunately, he won't have the damage to do so. And with that, Winthrop University. Yo, come on. Let him go. Just get him out. There we go. Winthrop University grabbed themselves this game and have secured themselves a spot in the group stage.
Whew, all right. Congratulations, Winthrop University. That was one of the cleanest games that I've seen from them all split long against Aporia, who are also at 2-0. Of course, Aporia still has a couple more chances to make it on into that group stage. We saw some fun stuff from them throughout this entire qualifier so far. I'm sure they've still got it in them, but yeah. Congrats to Winthrop. Now all that's left is take some victory laps, see if you can get some more qualification points on your way into groups.
Absolutely so. They're feeling it real good and dominating fashion as well. I mean, overall, the team play coming out from Winthrop was superb, dare I say, Summer. They were looking good in all avenues.
Yeah, looking absolutely phenomenal. Again, love that performance from Sora. That was a really great Ari game all throughout. I also, you got to remember back to the literal level 1 ARAM. All of them mid, just hanging out and, shaking off the rust. Maybe Aporia could come at game 4 with a better level 1 plan. I think that would suit them quite well.
Yeah, I think it's obviously, we have to mention that it's not all over for Arboreal, right? This is their first loss that they've taken. Bound to happen. Shake it off. It is what it is. They still have a couple more chances to get back on top, get themselves that 3rd win, and continue into the group stage. This just wasn't the game to make it happen, but I have no doubts they'll find another avenue to do it. But that's going to be it from these two members right here. But like you mentioned, right, Sword, looking at the damage graph as well, man. I mean, he out-damaged everyone by a long shot, and I mean, rightfully so. When you're picking up the Ego book, you already know the damage graphs are going to be they're going to be skewed in your favor.
Yeah, MVP performance from Sword to qualify Winthrop University for the group stage, but yeah, I think that's going to do it from us. We were a pretty quick game, so let me take a look and see if there are any results. It is literally just ours. Yeah, okay, we had the speed run today, so there's still 15 games going on. Please, please, please check out Rally Cry 2 and the other streams. You can find all of those in a spreadsheet on Alk Battery's Twitter. Again, 15 games going on, so there's still a lot of action. We're going to be right back after a pretty extended break, because, yeah, we're the speed run. There's still a lot of games going on. Tune into those other streams and tune in back here after we're done recalibrating the Swiss, and we'll get you with a game 4. Be back in a bit.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
All right, everybody, and welcome on back. It was a long break, but it's going to be well worth it. I'm still joined by Summer as we are getting ready for our second matchup of today. Real quick, let's recap. Summer, just for anyone that's joining us only just now, we got to see Winthrop University going up against Aporia in our last game, and it was one hell of a showing for Winthrop. I think we could say that.
Yeah, Winthrop's in top 4 of the Swiss right now already. There are 4 teams that are 3-0 that already made it to the group stage. So congratulations to Winthrop. Very proud of them. They joined the group stage of Team Ambition, Mirage Alliance, and Team Coachify, the 6th seed, is also 3-0. So congratulations to all of them. In round 4, we will send 6 more teams up to that. So we'll have 10 total. And then after that, we'll just need 6 more. So yeah, it's been a fun day so far. I hope everyone has been having a nice time watching all the different streams. Hope everyone is watching all the different streams. Again, you can find all the links in a spreadsheet that Alk Battery posted on Twitter. One of those is, of course, this one. We do have one casted by Alk Battery and Ravish over on Rallycry 2, so you can check that out. But yeah, let's get into our matchup here.
Absolutely. So we've got 2 brand new teams ready to throw down the gauntlet once again, looking for that 3rd win to secure themselves a spot in the group stage. And first, we've got Kelly X's Grandpa Gamers. I know you're hyped to talk about them, Summer, especially after they were able to change their little handle now when they're in game.
Yeah, this team is pretty exciting. They do have one roster swap from what they performed with in the top 8 in the last qualifier. That is Julian in the support position, which makes sense because we just saw Clyde play for Aporia, so it'd be weird if he was on both teams. Yeah, another old guy. And by old, of course, we mean just a lot of veteran presence, mainly in the collegiate space. You know them, you love them. We got a lot of these guys here on the Gramps. And yes, as you said, their tag, if they do make it into the group stage, will be old this time around. So very excited about that one.
Yeah, love to see it. I saw a couple of commenting on one of their posts, and he just got hit with damn boomer moment, and I felt so bad for him. I was like, that must suck. It is what it is, though. Ultimately, we'll have to see how the old. I mean, they're not really the proverbial old heads, I guess, because they're not really that old. But you know, you get the idea. It's not going to be easy for them moving on into the group stage because they are going up against a cold-hearted. The picture is just. Is it too much to ask that we just get like 5 Frozen Hearts being built? Is that too much to ask?
It might be.
It might be. Yeah,
I would be concerned if all of the champions the cold-hearted pick can build Frozen Heart. I feel like that's not a very well-balanced composition. But you know what? Maybe that's something that we can end up seeing by the end of the game if they do well. Of course, the big star of this team is Yukino in the jungle. Yes, that is Yukino. Straight off of 100 Thieves Challengers in the spring split. After 100 Thieves Challengers disbanded, Yukino took the first qualifier off, but is now here for the second one, playing with some friends here. You may recognize some of them. Dave Mon on the streaming grind. You know, the Pyke player in the mid lane. I expect a Pyke ban from the Gramps because of that. So yeah, should be really fun to watch this one.
Definitely so. I'd love to see the Pyke in the mid lane this game if that's all at all possible. That would be something I haven't seen in quite some time. But yeah, especially obviously eyes are going to be looking at you, you know, with just that history behind them, looking to get the rest of the team on forward. As you know, as we keep mentioning, right, it's 3's the magic number. You got to get those wins if you want to move on to the group stage. And both of these teams in that 2-1 position. I told you before, Summer, I'm not mathematically inclined. I'm not ashamed to admit it. But you only need one more win. You got the 3rd win then, and then you move on to the group stage. But it's going to be rough because both of these teams, it's just like our first matchup, we assumed as well it was going to be really tough. And then it was surprising how quick it went, that the speed run angle came through. Do we feel like it's going to be a speed run angle again this time around?
Ooh. I don't know. I'm not fully confident here. I think this could be a very competitive one. As far as the 4th round is concerned, in the 2-1, we did pick the closest seeds together. This is 10 versus 13. So from the committee vote, both of these teams are slated to make it into the group stage. It is top 16 that goes there, but one of them will qualify just in phase 4, as they won't have to go all the way to 2-2, the do or die match. So that's all great. Obviously, Helix's Grandpa Gamers, they've got the pedigree of making it to top 8 in the last qualifier, but they don't have Yukino on their team. Yukino played in that 100 Thieves roster just earlier this year, so a lot of experience coming from that guy, and a lot of supportive players on his team, I will say. They've got some enchanter things going on in that bottom lane with Cupic.
Definitely. So here, I'm especially looking at Kelly X's, right? Evan RL, a staple name, dare I say, that we've heard quite a bit. If you've been anywhere in the scene, I'm looking toward them to make something happen in this bottom lane, sprinkle some of that magic for the rest of the old heads, and get them through retirement safe and sound.
Yeah, and I know they've got their caretakers, I think is what they called them, Voxtrick and Legacy, the substitutions that are possible here. I don't know if they're going to be playing. Like they said on the Twitter announcement, they are the caretakers. So just helping from the sidelines, and yeah, we'll see how that ends up playing out. Speaking of substitutions, Cold Hearted did play with a sub mid laner in the last game. I read in the Discord server that is because Davemon wasn't awake yet, but he woke up. He's here for the second game of the day, and yeah, we're gonna be getting him in this game. So we'll see what ends up playing out with that. We've already seen some very wacky drafts from specifically Cold Hearted. Last game was a wild ride.
Yeah, I feel like the not being awake yet angle would be much more suited to the Grandpa Gamers, if anything. They need their sleep, right? Their old bodies can't handle it. But regardless, that's not here nor there, because everyone's here, everyone's ready to go in this match. The draft is going underway, and they're just flying through the bands already. Finally, Ivan, yes, love to see it. Get that out of here. Trash stamp, hate it. I'm happy that's gone.
Yeah, Seraphine and Lux are also gone, which I think is pretty funny. The Gramps still have the possibility to ban away Pyke if they're a little scared of Davemon. That I feel like that's a pretty reasonable one to go for. Garen is gone, and so is Kaisa. I'm wondering actually, are the teams swapped? I think Cold Hearted is on blue here. That's what it looks like to me.
That would make more sense, yeah.
Sunlight's the Garen player. Davemon is the Pyke player. I think we've got them swapped. But anyway, I mean, that makes a lot more sense too, because Cupic is known to play the Lux, the Seraphine, that sort of thing. And we already talked a bit about how the bot lane is pretty wacky for Cold Heart. And yeah, we swapped. All right, sweet.
Yeah, it's going to be a swapped on over. So yeah, no Pyke. I cry. Sad. I was hoping to see it in that mid lane, possibly. Damon. He's gonna have to wait. For the stream to see that. Regardless, though, these first couple of picks are coming underway, and right off the bat, Cold Hearted picking up the Ziggs. All right, interesting pick.
Yeah, we've seen them play the Ziggs Tristana combo before, the Demolition Derby with the Yordles, just taking all the turrets in sight, and it's a good damage split too. You got the magic damage from Ziggs, physical damage from Tristana. They work very well together. They're both the range. They build out your ranged backline quite nicely, so I like those as a pair a lot. They will have to play into this LeBlanc that's now been picked up by the Gramps, though. Only locking that one in the mid lane. And yeah, probably going to be the Shiv build that we all are aware of.
Yeah, one Shiv sister's gone. Next one gets picked right back up. I'm very curious to see this Morgana pick coming through this summer, because we talked about it obviously backstage that this was something that they've become very accustomed to, very comfortable with.
Yeah, Cupic has picked this in the last 2 games that they played. I will say, I like the champion a lot into Nautilus specifically. I think it was a little foolish of the Grandpa Gamers to give Morgana her arguably best matchup after already seeing that they've picked this the last 2 games. But maybe that just does speak to Julian's comfort on this champion. Or maybe some sort of wacky flex pick. I know there have been some support champions played in the jungle recently. The Rel,
True. There's definitely, it's a possibility. We'll have to wait and see. As you mentioned before, right, that Tristana, the double explosive combo, is going to be picked up there, locked on in. The Grandpa Gamers going for that Darius in the top lane, though. This is getting spicy now. I like this.
Yeah, Sunlight going for the comfort. You know, already the Garen is gone. Doesn't have access to that champion. Move on to the next Juggernaut. And that will be Darius. Blind pick, mind you. So there's some options here for John the Man up in the top lane to select into this. The Tryndamere is one that Cold Hearted has played a little bit before too. So I think that makes sense. They're doing at least a little bit of research here, the Grandpas. They looked a little bit at the drafts. I guess they just didn't think that the Morgana was that much of a problem.
Yeah, definitely. So here, final bans coming on through here. Cold Hearted, getting rid of the Samira as well as the Hecarim. On the flip side, Grandpa Gamers with that Vi as well as the Tryndamere off the board. And now it's up to grabbing that ADC here for the Grandpa Gamers. And it's looking like they are going to be grabbing themselves the Misfortune.
Yeah, seems like it. Like you said, Evan Orell's been around for a long time, so why not pick the AD carry that has been in the game for ages? You know, he has the advantage. He's played this just more than everybody else. He's been around since, you know, World War II. So he's a veteran in many ways.
Oh my God, he's got the experience coming through. Cold Hearted though. What? Okay, the Quinlock. Not something I would have ever guessed in a million years coming through from this game.
Holy moly. Okay, so we're really committing to counterpicking the Darius up in the top lane. This is definitely a selection trying to mitigate the early power of that. Cold Hearted's 5v5 is super terrible. There's one frontliner and it's Poppy. I think the idea here is you Poppy ult somebody out and then it's not a 5v5 anymore. And then you can just all target the same person. Maybe that's what they're going for here on Cold Hearted. But you know, Yukino, the ringleader, the guy with all that competitive experience, the guy who played on 100 Thieves and Evil Geniuses before that as well. He's been in this space, competing higher than this space even. And you know, if anyone's gonna make that happen, make these plays more favorable for Cold Hearted, I think it is him.
Definitely so. Not an unorthodox play style coming through here from Cold Hearted. And on the flip side, right, the Grandpa Gamers, they've got plenty of tools if they want to go in. They've got plenty of tools if they want to just sit back and poke a little bit, right? You can go in with that LeBlanc, get a little bit of damage going. You've got the Zerath as well, just poking you from 20,000 yards away. So if Cold Hearted can't, you know, tip the numbers in their favor when they look for a fight, it could get rough.
And with the Zerath pick, we actually know now that it was actually a Nautilus flex all along. You know, RBM coming from Northwood, they have been known to flex the Nautilus when they were playing in CLAW. They made it all the way to top 8 in CLAW. And they did send the Nautilus to jungle. They sent it top lane even a bunch of times. So shouldn't be too surprised, I suppose, seeing that one go in jungle. And this does align pretty well with what we were saying before about how they picked the Nautilus knowing that Morgana was going to come through. Morgana did come through, and now they're counterpicking it with Zerath.
Indeed, they are. They saw it coming, and they have gone ahead for it. Real quick, though, Summer, before we get on to the Rift, we gotta talk about someone very special, and that's Toro, because the NACL qualifiers are brought to you by Toro, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace, where you can book any car that you want for just about any occasion. You can forget about the boring car rentals, because Toro is here to help you out and spice the game a little bit. So make sure to check it out. That's TURO.com. Go ahead and check it out. And thank you for sponsoring the NACL qualifiers. Summer, I want to get on the Rift, so let's just get into this game because I want to see them throw hands.
I do too. I can't wait. Both of these teams, you know, are at that 2-1 scoreline. You got to get 3 to get in. There's a lot on the line here. You don't want to go to that do or die match later on into the day. And we've got a lot of experience here on both rosters. So let's just hop right on in. We're on live client, so we have you know, some caveats to give to everybody. The usernames may not be exactly what you're expecting. PW2, that is Yukino. Emperor of Light is Yozu. Ashamed Man 4, that one is gonna be Chan. And Ilmo is just only backwards, so that one's not going to be too hard to understand.
That's fair. That's fair. Ultimately, though, gotta make sure to beat. I don't think we queued up for Aaron this time. I think we queued up for this time around, so we're looking good here. Yeah, you know, gonna go ahead and dash on over, drop an award for that red here. Already getting that vision set up early. That won't allow them to track Bobby.
Look at this for the old guys, though. They've got the double Comet lane. Tear the Goddess actually started up by Evan Orel, and he does have teleport. So really trying to match the poke, match the range of the Ziggs and the Morgana. I will say, if you get hit by a Morgana bind, it still doesn't feel very good. So there are still ways for this matchup to not go super well, but I like the fact that they're trying to outrange this. I think this is a wise move to flex the Nautilus outside of this lane, and we'll see if it pays off.
Indeed, we will. Already. We're just going to see get a taste of what we're probably going to be seeing a lot in this bot lane. Just that poke coming on through here. But it's going to take some time. Both of these junglers up in this top side at the moment. Yukino is opting to start on those Raptors, making his way on top. Seems like they might just want to affect this top side as early on as possible.
Yeah, I mean, at least for Grandpas, they don't need to really do anything bottom lane at this point. Emperor of Light, aka Yozu, already half HP on the Zig, so the poke lane is working out pretty nicely. I think trying to impact topside makes a lot more sense. As yeah, I mean, now they're spreading the wealth over to Cupid, but you see, there it is. You don't want to get bound. It doesn't feel good.
It does not. It hurts quite a bit. Both poke coming out from both of these sides here. They're just going to be chilling, really. It'll come down to who can poke who more. As now RBM has finished clearing on up his top side and is making his way on down towards a bot here. While on the flip side, actually opting to just match.
Yeah, just going for the full top side clear. I think Yukino has a bit of an edge, though, because he did take his Raptors first. Trying to start with that one. Oh, flash force, nice.
Okay, nice flash. Coming out just at the nick of time there for Yozu. Gonna make sure that he doesn't go down. Does RBM stay for a second round is the question. It's looking like he might. He knows there's no vision there. He's moving over to try. There's no vision there either. And Cold-Hearted might just be in for a cold, or there is a Ruin Awakening coming through, but a nice satchel charge is going to make sure that he's able to get on out of that one. Cupid going to do his best to try and buy some time. Flash forward, tries to find the Dark Binding, but just goes a bit far. Flash forward with the heal to speed him up. Into the wall, and that should be first blood to get picked up. RBM is going to go on down. Yukino, that is ultimately going to go into Cold-Hearted's favor.
Wow, bringing Davemon down too. He's got his Pike mid lane instincts, trying to make sure that the roams happen, impacting the bottom lane. Love to see that one, the consistency of the player. And the first blood going over to Yukino. That's got to feel pretty good, getting some of those flashes in the lane as well, as RBM forced to flash, still dead. And he's playing the Nautilus. He's only killed 3 camps in this game, so he is very far behind.
Yeah. A bit rough there. That clear does hurt quite a bit. We'll say though, obviously, both flashes are down in this bot side, something that is potentially punishable. As RBM first now is gonna have to focus on just getting those camps, getting back up to speed with but we'll have to wait and see. Is going on the top side to grab himself that crab. Curious to see if they look to impact this top side in any means, but no, he says I'm getting more camps. RBM stuck in that bot side. I'm hungry.
This will be his 3rd Raptor camp taken in 5 minutes once he's completed that. So well done to Yukino. I mean, Poppy takes those Raptors very, very quickly. Not too surprising to see the invade attempted here. But will the invade turn into a topside play is the question. No flash available. The Hex Flash is here. And I'm feeling like Sunlight might drop in the top lane.
Yeah, about half HP. Coming on through, RBM knows something's up. Double Ghost getting popped. A bit of Alcove Gaming coming through, but with the ward getting dropped, you can just see the range difference coming through. And Sunlight, nowhere for him to go. Down he goes into the hands of Yukino once again.
Yeah, the Alcove is actually the exact place you don't want to be when Poppy is ganking your lane, because anywhere you get knocked, you will get stunned because there's just walls everywhere. So I don't know if I agree with the escape plan out of Sunlight. I don't really know what he was thinking there. Just wanted to see the sights off to the
nice hook.
The north.
Let's land.
Yes.
Waiting for the tether. The chain's going to finally land, and that should be a free kill going on over Davemon. Not much he was able to do. So he will go down. Cupid. Oh my God. Almost go down. The Black Shield's going to just barely keep him alive.
This double comet is getting real annoying real fast, I think, for a cold-hearted. I've also just realized that it is cold versus old.
Oh, okay.
So just a difference of 1 C.
Well, we'll have to see how big the difference is as RBM holding on to this bot side here, helping him clear some of that vision here. Yeah, thank you. I have my moments. I do. RBM going for the back here. Drag is up and available. Neither team going to be looking at it just yet. Evan and Julian want to go ahead and just get this wave pushed on out. Head on back, grab some more items.
Got the objectives up. At least Drake is here for now. It's the Rift Herald not quite available yet. You're gonna have to wait a minute on that one. And I think the big play that you can do with the Ziggs Tristana lane is just go for that Rift Herald, send Tristana and Ziggs to wherever the Rift Herald is, and just explode the turret. There's really not a lot of counterplay to that because you strap the Tristana bomb to it, the Rift Herald charges, then just Ziggs takes away the rest. It's really unbalanced, and that's why we see these champions picked together very, very often.
Yeah, that satchel charge does quite a bit of damage to those turrets, but we've got some time for that at the moment. Surprisingly enough, looks like top lane is the most chill. I thought top lane is where we're going to be seeing a whole lot of action, but so far, it really just, only than that one gank that did come through, not too much. It's really just been this bot lane. I guess it's because of all the poke that's been coming through back and forth. Yeah.
We always got to get an HP update on how bot lane's going to see if there's any crazy recalls that need to happen or anything. Yeah, top lane, I mean, the impact has been pretty low in this game, although that's actually really good for Sunlight, who is keeping pace very nicely in this lane against a matchup that, I mean, John picked for this one. He selected this as his counter option, right? So
yeah.
The fact that he's down this much CS is pretty surprising and a testament to how well Sunlight knows this champ.
There we go here. Full of time coming on through. Just a bit of damage here. There, Julian, meanwhile, the bomb, not quite going to be enough to heal. It does come through and is going to keep him alive. Look at RBM. He's snaking his way on over. Now that Cupid and Yosef stayed.
What's he doing over there?
He knows. There's flash coming through. He's got to be real careful. Listen, he's just looking juicy. He's just looking like a nice little juicy bait there. And it's all working out in their favor. Evan not going to get hit by the Dark Binding and now looking to go in. Def charges are going to land. The hook will not, but it doesn't matter. They'll go 1 for 1. And the Emperor of Lights has fallen. Yozu goes on down. But it is going to be a double kill going to the hands of Evan.
Yeah, that was a pretty good play there from the Grandpa Gamers. The dive, very easy to come by when you do have that Nautilus ultimate. Even through the Morgana Black Shield, Cupid still gets knocked up. I don't really think the flash would have saved either of them there. We'll see if Yukino can fix that play a little bit.
Flash is going to come on through the smite to find the speed up, the knockup, and nicely done. Got to secure himself. That RBM is here. Won't have too much health that he's got to chew through. Should be enough. Flash comes out. And it is going to be okay. You're going to run on out of that one.
All right. Well, nice cleanup there from Yukino, making it a 2 for 2 in the end. The wave still crashes, though, so it's definitely still favoring the Grandpa Gamers. They deny a lot of that gold. What is Omli doing right now is my new question. He's hanging out in the Krug pit.
He's just chilling. Top side. John got to be careful. The flash coming through. The dunk comes down, but it's not quite enough. The bleed as well. He's still. Oh my God! He's even through the pot. He still bleeds to death. And Sun just walks on away, and now he's on his way to cash in some free platings.
Man, that's brutal. Sunlight, again, just knows this Darius champion very well. Finds a solo kill up top lane. He has no damage items, by the way. He has only boots. Darius damage very high. And, yeah, John learns the hard way there.
John on the receiving end of that here. Double ulti coming on through, but Cupid with the footwork. Not going to get hit by that. Nice little interrupt coming through as well. Yukino is on his way, though. Going a long way around. Doesn't want to get spotted. Challenge the Hex Flash coming through with the smite. Looking for the shove here. Finds it into the wall. That ball comes through, and it should be enough. Evan's going to go on down. Flash forward for an RBM. He wants to find at least something in return. He's not getting anything just yet. Flash coming through here. Cupid going to stay alive. The satchel charge. Oh, not quite enough. Almost gets out of that one. But no dice. And now He'll only be the one that falls once again. Back and forth, back and forth. Davemon there to clean up with the TP, and he's looking for more. The tether's gonna go far. And nowhere for him to go.
That was creative from Davemon, knocking him into the turret, making sure you get the structure assist there at the end of that play. I like that one. Rift Herald is here. Is this the moment where we see that big devastating attack onto this turret? No, it's actually full HP. So
Yeah, it's
I don't actually know how strong this is gonna be. I feel like they could have used this better.
yeah. Without Yozu there as well, not as much damage gonna be coming on through. NACL just gonna go ahead and clean up, taking out the Herald. Meanwhile, in the river here, Sunlight is in a tricky spot. He is on very low HP. Gonna try and look to turn this thing around is the question. The kick comes through, pulls him in, but RBM is here as well and get dunked on. Good night.
I mean, it was a cool vault. Maybe that works if RBM's not in the area, but we'll never know. Because our RBM is there. And, wow. I mean, the Quinn pick is cool still. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I don't think it's the most effective strategy. This seems to be, though.
It does here. Yukino, once again, this bot side going to interrupt the bullet time, making sure Davemon stays alive, flashing away, and leaving Yukino to pick up the pieces here. Bomb's going to explode, and he just walks away from it, dude. He didn't even look at him. He's like, you are nothing to me.
Damn. This is a really strong performance from Yukino. I mean, I knew he was good, right? We all knew he was good.
You don't get to where he's been, you know, not being pretty damn good, but this is an absolutely great showing. Cupid, though, might have overstayed here a little bit, and he's paying the price for it. The depth charge comes through. They find the stun, and RBM with the smite, taking him down.
He needs it, okay? He's got to finish his support item. Julian's building damage. That's useful to him. Or, that's useless, is what I meant.
True.
You gotta help out the team, okay? He's going.
Stop being so selfish.
Evan Shroud. Yeah. And see, Julian gets the plate too. Everyone's happy. Everyone gets some gold.
Gotta share it even. Communism. We gotta share it evenly here. This first drag, I'm seeing a bit of a pattern here though. With this first drag, still up and available 13 minutes in. Same sort of story as in game number 1 that we had earlier today. Curious to see once we see first team look to move towards it here. As Julian and NACL are just absolutely pounding down on Yozu there. My God, he went from 100 to a 4th so fast that he couldn't even fight back.
Yeah. He doesn't have teleport either, so he's probably gonna have to drop this wave. You just have to recall at that point. This is just way too much poke damage. And it's left to Cupid to save the wave. I think Cupid is going, what is that, Leandries?
It might be.
On Morgana, okay. I mean, he is the Morgana player. I have not played that champion in a long time. I feel like it's not very good.
Yeah,
so.
I could see maybe with Sun and RBM, obviously, you know, chew through their health bars a little bit more effectively, and you've already got so much damage coming through. But you know what? We'll have to wait and see. Listen, man, Cupid's he's the master. He knows what he's doing. I'm sure he does.
True.
So we'll have to wait and see. As long as he's hitting those cues, I'm happy and I won't complain.
Yeah.
Now I don't think anyone else on Cold Hearted is either, because so far it's been allowing them to just get so much done. Right? Look at Yukino, 5-0 on this drag now as well. Cupid and Davemon there to back him up. No sort of contest even there. RBM is in that top side, looking like he's gonna try and help Sunlight or possibly. No, he's just grabbing the crab. Surprised he didn't look to just start up that Herald, try and get something in return. But for now, Davemon is going to be pushing up this mid lane.
I think that's going to be first turret here for Sunlight. Yes, it is. No Herald needed. So much power on the Darius up there. And again, this is the counter pick matchup that John selected for himself. I don't think the Quinn really worked in the isolated lane matchup. As now Sunlight, he's got himself a Hull Breaker, a Dirk. This is just he's kind of ultimate bravery on him right now. It's still making it work.
Yeah, starting to feel like maybe he counterpicked himself with this one almost. Like the stats would tell you otherwise, but what I'm seeing in this game right now, Sunlight has been he's been doing work in this top lane now. We'll have to wait and see though. Herald is still up and available. Curious to see if they look to move towards that. Looking like a bit of a swap coming through. They're going to go ahead and send this blunt up into this top side here, and now Julian and Evan are looking to push down this mid lane.
Rift Herald can be the option for either one of these teams. Again, we already highlighted the power that you get with the Rift Herald with the Ziggs and the Tristana. Even though it wasn't used very well before, it eventually got them that bot lane turret, because it did chunk it out, and then Yozu came on down, secured that with his satchel, and we have the Rift Herald actually started up again by Cold Hearted. I don't know if this is going to work out. They're missing out on some power in the mid lane right now.
They are here. Down to 3k HP.
It's going to be a smite.
Here. Yep, going to be a smite fight indeed. RBM.
Oh!
Yeah, RBM just going to go back off here. Looking for something, but ultimately it's just going to go ahead and be secure. Davemon looking to hold his own against Sun here at this bot turret. Able to clear those minions. He's going to be okay.
Rift Herald got down to 1 HP. I feel like RBM could have tried to smite something there. Oh my god, Julian. Wow.
Last second smite coming through just barely here. I'd have to imagine they're probably going to drop this Herald on down.
Comes the
Look
Queen.
to push this. Yeah, it's waiting. Bullet time to clear out the wave, and it will be successful. Nice defense coming out from Evan, and now RBM finds the hook. That's about all he's going to really find here. Just going to push them off here. This LeBlanc's on his way on over, though. Don't find anything is the question. A lot of damage does come through, but Yukino with the stop there, and my god. That was a close one.
Well, the clone got bonked. Only almost did too. Oh boy, wait.
Oh, he knows. He knows.
Okay. Mid turret did drop, and now Davemon is in some trouble here.
Oh, a nice grab coming through. Flash of Davemon. Oh, he got dunked on. He said 3-pointer. That did him
Man,
dirty.
it's stylish. Holy moly. Woo. Davemon, there was no possible way for him to escape. That hook was dirty, too, from Sunlight. Wow. That was a really, really impressive play.
Very nicely done by him. However, that turret is still standing. So, yeah, you know, it's his sacrifice. At least his turret will endure another couple of minutes. I give it a couple more minutes before Sunlight does what he does best. But for now, it is going to continue to stay standing. Nomo said it's going to be in this top side. Look at this side lane. Keep these minions pushing. Overall, though, it's been surprisingly even, Summer. So both teams, you know, going tit for tat here. And oh my, is that the Duskblade being brought out for some? What?
Yes, it is. Why, yes, it is. Okay, I'm down. I'm definitely down to see the Sunlight Darius. So we've we've had enough. We've got enough shivs in this game to really last us a lifetime. And you know what? Let's make it a full house. 3 shivs, 2 Duskblades. As Evan's gonna buy himself one of those too. What is going on?
This is League of Legends, and that is Julian being absolutely annihilated. RBM looking for the hook. We'll find the Death Charge, and that shouldn't be an easy kill on over here. Yes, down goes Cupid. Secure that one. You know, look to push through this mid lane.
You gotta be careful here with the hook of RBM. We already saw that find a kill before, although I don't know if the old guys really enjoyed that too much, as Julian kind of just got popped over there on the other side of the map. It felt like a couple screens away. Got the Drake started up. This is by the Grandpa Gamers.
Kino on his way on over. They got eyes on him.
Ooh.
Artillery barrage actually ends up not working. Gets canceled until the drag is going to go on down into the hands of the old heads. Now they just have to get out of there with RBM. He's sticking around. He's buying some time, but the hook is going to go a bit far. Not quite going to find its mark. And so ultimately, it's just going to be a bit of a staring match.
Good positioning instincts there from RBM's, staying a little bit away from that wall so he can't get slammed into it. Maybe Sunlight could take some notes there. Remember that alcove play from before. Everyone at Cold Hearted moving over to the Baron. RBM didn't actually have to smite the Drake, so he still got that one up. And this is going to be a pretty hard objective to take.
Indeed, it will be. That bullet time is available from Evan, but he's about to get blown up in the process. Has to flash on away. RBM is pushed out of the river here, but they are successful in halting the Baron take.
All right, so Cold-Hearted, they get the flash out of Evan for starting up that Baron, and that's kind of about it. Taking some chunks of their HP thanks to that static shiv from the LeBlanc, the Night Harvester helping out with the extra bump, and seems like the Baron startup kind of fizzled away. This game is very much going to be... Oh, okay. Keeping is dead.
Oh my god, he got absolutely annihilated. Bot tier 1 goes down as well into the hands of Sunlight there. Ultimately, though, looking to dive on in. Yukino's here as well. Smite comes through. Doesn't find an opportunity for a stun there, though, so it's just going to go ahead and back off.
What I was going to say is this game is very much going to be about how the objectives are actually set up and who gets there first, because there's so much poke from the Ziggs, the Misfortune, the going lethality build, the Xerath, I mean LeBlanc as well. Whoever can keep their HP totals up and ready for these fights is really going to come out ahead, because we already have one Drake to one. The Baron has already been attempted once. I think that's going to be a very big repeat case, as this game is still super, super close, like shockingly so. I was really not expecting this at 22 minutes in.
Yeah, it really is still anyone's game at the moment. Even the kills distribution-wise, fairly similar, right? Yukino 5-0, and on the flip side, 4 kills over to the LeBlanc, and the rest of the members, just a few kills here and there. Dave Mon looking for RBM. Pretty damn tanky, though. He's got a lot of shields. Meanwhile, though, Yukino is just going to blow up Evan RL. Down he goes. RBM in a tricky spot. And they found those fights we were talking about, Summer. If they have the numbers advantage, it all goes in their favor, and we saw exactly that.
Oh, wait, the Xerath ult?
Ooh, nice step. Trying to find him. Doesn't quite get him. Might just try to run him down here. The tether lands, but no. Let him go for now. Julian charging up, but he's not going to find any sort of mark. Oh, no, son. He's waiting. They got eyes on, though. That Hull Breaker's going to have to do some work here, but it does not matter. Too much CC coming through, and with that pick, it's an all-go signal to start up this Baron.
Ooh, I don't know if I'd call it all go. There's still so much poke over this wall.
Oh, yeah.
There's no smite, possibly,
Evan,
to steal
bullet
it
time.
from RBM.
Bullet time's here. It's going on through. A lot of damage coming out as well. Trying to get the steal, but won't quite find it. That's going to be the Turo Baron buff picked on up here for Cold-Hearted. Yukino not even sweating it, smiting it, securing it.
Oh, man, that bullet time could have been devastating. The poke is still very lethal out of the old heads. But, man, Cold-Hearted, they secure themselves that objective. They take 3 picks on their way to do it, and this is maybe... It's not even maybe. I mean, this is the least close the game has been the entire time. Really, really solid objective setup, and we'll see if Cold-Hearted can actually keep this one up. I mean, they're favored to win against a top 8 team in the last qualifier at this point and make their way all the way to the group stage.
Yep. They keep this up. They have a bright future ahead of themselves. There's also a dragon in their near future. 45 seconds until this third Drake is up here. Both teams only one drag under their belt. No one has to worry about souls just yet, but oh, they gotta worry about Yukino here. Hex flash of the wall. Doesn't quite find the stun though, so they are gonna have to go ahead and let him go. Just a bit of damage on that tier 2 as they continue to just mount the pressure in these lanes. Bit of damage in the mid lane here now as well. RBM's gotta be careful. The stun won't quite land, but look at the damage coming through. The bomb, it's gonna blow him up. Down goes the turret as well. Trying to go in deep. Artillery barrage gets dropped down, but it's not going to find anyone.
Another turret taken with this Baron buff, and it's going to be a second up in the top lane. Now 5 of them total for Cold-Hearted. We're really starting to see the siege threat come through with the Tristana, the Ziggs, the Baron buff, all these ranged champions that they decided to pick. I mean, Quinn is finally starting to do something here, damn it. I'm liking the pick, like, a little bit more than I did before. It's still kind of passive. You can't deny the ranged auto attacks are coming in a little useful.
Yeah, it took a minute to ramp up, but it's finally there. It's in probably like, I'd say like 3rd gear. We're getting there. As the game progresses, we'll keep shifting up. But we'll have to wait and see as Julian's got to be very careful here. Here he comes. He's looking. Quinn's looking, but not gonna opt to go in after all here. This drag is up. Cold-Hearted are going to be the ones to start it up here. I'm curious to see if the old heads look to even try and contest. If they do, it's too little too late, because down it goes, and they're going to have to back off.
All gone there. The Grandpa Gamers just left to watch. It's another Drake gets taken, and they lose more and more grasp of this game. Seems like the Grandpa Gamers are the ones that are going to be moving over to that do or die match, the 2-2 set. And you know, after making it all the way to top 8, I feel like that's a bit of a fall from grace for them.
It would be here. Is just barely trying to escape here, coming through. Oh my god. Come on. 1v1. Dave Mon, get out of there, man. Ultimately, though, they're going to go ahead and lose this LeBlanc. The artillery barrage coming through. He's just gliding
That's a
away.
good try.
Yeah, he's just gliding away. Like, it's all chill.
He's playing Battleship.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what that was.
RBM with the flank coming through, but there's no one really there to back him up. Bullet time comes through. But Yukino is just too damn tanky, and so ultimately everyone should be okay. There's a nice attempt coming out from RBM, but not just gonna find anything as Dave Mon gonna continue to push this bot side. Some of the longer this game goes, it's looking to me like the old heads might need to make sure that their will is completely written and signed, because it's looking quite bad for them right now. Yukino almost getting caught out there. Not gonna find anyone. Had that keeper's verdict charge just to be safe, but it's really unfortunate. RBM, he's finding these angles, but you can really feel that they're just kind of lacking the damage to take them out.
See that tech there that Yukino pulled out? It was a small thing, but there was a little bit of tech. He charged up his ultimate, right? Usually, if you let that one expire, then you get the cooldown refunded, and you get to you just don't let it rip. What he did is he canceled the channel time by recalling, and it actually made sure that he gets the cooldown refund, but he doesn't have to sit there, you know, waiting for the wind up animation to stop, because you can hold that thing for a long time. So. That was pretty cool. I hadn't seen that one before.
That's why he was on 100 Thieves Challengers, and I'm stuck in plat. It is what it is.
That's pretty neat. I might have to use that one if I ever play Pop. I'm a support player, so
that's fair.
I don't know how useful Poppy support really is. Maybe in the 2v2 mode I can do that.
True.
Can you recall in the 2v2 mode?
I don't think so. Gonna have to test that one. I'm actually not sure.
Yeah. I'll update everybody on if you can recall.
Appreciate
Poppy cancel in the arena mode.
Gold standards update here. It is as large as it has ever been in these last 28 minutes, with Cold Hearted just running away with this lead. They found that one opportunity summer, and they gave them an inch. Cold Hearted took a mile in typical Cold Hearted fashion.
The Frozen Heart theme of this team, they're slowing down the attacks of the Grandpa Gamers.
No actual Frozen Hearts on the Rift.
Clever,
I'm a little sad. I'm not gonna lie. At least Yukino. Come on, man. Like, come on, give me something here.
I mean, his build's really good. He's going for the maximum efficiency. He's got the cheapest items in the game. They give him the most resistances, and the Evan Shrouds are bumping up the damage of this team. I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up going for like a redemption or something after that.
Okay. Flash forward from Sun, though. They're looking to finally take out Yukino, but you just can't. The phase rush, keeping him nice and fast, and those resistances, like you mentioned, are keeping him relatively healthy. Wasn't in too much danger there as now. With these turrets gone, it's a tricky field to navigate now. There's a lot more opportunities to try and get caught out here. We're going to find that Dark Binding onto RBM, but just a little bit of poke damage coming through. Meanwhile, though, LeBlanc finds the chain. Chiller Barrage comes through, but it is going to be canceled because Yukino is just applying so much pressure. It just feels like we are on a nice edge right now, Summer. If one team finds that initial engage, it's all over.
I mean, no Zerathult, that's actually a pretty good signal to start up the Baron. That's a huge poke threat that is no longer available. You got to worry about the bullet time. You also got to worry about where Sunlight is. You just popped him into your team.
I was going to say, the Keeper's Verdict, there it is. Like you mentioned, sending him away. Baron going to be secured by Yukino. Going to grab themselves a pick as well, and that's all they really need.
Did you see how fast the reaction time there was from Yukino? He's really honed in right now, popping the Poppy W, making sure that the dash gets canceled out by Omli, and then grounds him, so he can't even pop back to his distortion. Finding a pick on the way out. That's the second Baron of the game. The Turo Baron buff is back in Cold Hearted's hands, and we'll see if they can go for the Drake as well. I don't even know if they really need this. They probably can just start the Siege. They do have Ziggs and Tristana and the Baron and the Gold Lead. Like, they've got everything.
Yeah, they compound their interest, man. More stats for Yukino here. More armor, more magic. He's loving it. They're going to go ahead and grab themselves that. It will also put themselves onto Soul Point. They found RBM slacking in the jungle here, and he's going to pay the price accordingly. Down he goes. Looking to possibly go deeper here onto Julian, but he's got to be careful. Sun is waiting. They're not going to find an opportunity to go in there just yet. So Dragon's going to be picked up. RBM's down as well. And Cold Hearted is chilling. No pun intended.
3 of those Drakes, no. They're... sure, yeah, no pun intended. I believe you. Yeah, definitely. We've got the minions stacking up here in mid. Looks like Davemon will probably have to teleport on back because he's not feeling too great after getting pelted by the Xerath ults. Did you see that they're giving Xerath even more ults next patch?
Stop. No, please. Say it is not so. Say you're lying.
He cast 6 of them.
Say Psycho right now, Summer, please.
I can't. It's true.
Oh, no. Well, bot sider Yukino is just hunting this LeBlanc down. Smite comes through with the phase. Ah, no, he ain't going nowhere. Cleanup crew was there.
Could have been fun. Yeah. Ends up in another death for Omli as RBM and the gang. They're really trying to make this happen. They're losing structures left and right. Top lane inhibitor turret is now dead. And Cold Hearted, I mean, they're taking it a bit slow with their siege. They are attacking multiple lanes at the same time. They're not really going for the throat yet.
Biding their time here. Death Charge is coming on through. RBM taking up as much as he can. Sunlight looking for the dunk. But the zone is going to go ahead and cancel it. And it said they are still going to find 2 members, and RBM is still alive. But Davemon is just finishing. He's in the back. Buster shot coming through to keep Sunlight off his back. He finds another turret yet again, looking for more. This might be Davemon's moment. Goes gold. RBM finds a hook. They're finally able to put him down, but Davemon, he's saying worth it if I've ever seen it. Grabbing himself both Nexus turrets. And now Yukino, that's what's standing. He's running. He's got the Keeper's Verdict charging. Still alive somehow, some way. He's finally going to go down here. Sunlight going to run him down, pick up the shutdown. But hell, Summer, I'd say that was well worth it.
Just about everything but the Nexus is gone now for the Grandpa gamers. They can't even use this time to go get a Drake or a Baron or anything. Cold Hearted made sure to sweep up everything off of the map before going for that play. And while it didn't end up in the victory, like you said, I think it'll probably end up being worth it. You know, fingers crossed for Cold Hearted's sake. They did just give up a lot of shutdowns. Sunlight, I think, just bought an entire Sterix with the gold. Not to mention the Quicksilver Sash for something.
Up as well. It's going to be rough, though. Quite literally, no turrets left to fall back to on this map. Your backs are against the Nexus now, and the old heads know it. There's nowhere left to run, no more medications to take. The arthritis is here in full force. They gotta find the cure now or never. Otherwise, they're moving down into that do or die position, the 2-2 standings, where they'll have to fight for their lives. But like I say, it's never over until it is over. Still a little bit of time left. It feels like they've got one more fight left in them.
I would hope so, because if Cold Hearted can just send their Tristana into the backline and backdoor the Nexus, then I feel like that'd be an unceremonious
yeah,
end.
that'd be a really anticlimactic end to all of this. Meanwhile, though, they're going to try to run down on here. Coming through. Gets dunked on, though. You can use that Gale Force as much as you want. Down he goes, and Sunlight gonna pick himself that one up.
Yukino was thinking about walking right into the base with all that extra time that was being bought, but with Sunlight taking less time to kill the top laner than I think Yukino was expecting, we'll just go for the retreat instead and recollect. So, yeah, still questioning this Quinn pick. I think this game probably would have been over if it was like a normal champion.
Yeah, have to wait and see for it to really shine here. Look, doesn't quite find its mark here. Now the old heads, they know they have to stick together. Gonna send Omli up into that top side, splitting these lanes, relieve as much pressure as possible from these minions. Next drag is up in 35. Would be sold for Cold Hearted. The question is, can the old heads really afford to try and stop the take?
teleport is here from Only. I think this might actually be an engage attempt. They want to get some pressure on this Drake, as you said. This could be that moment. Ooh. Up and over the wall is Dave Munn. He's got a Guardian Angel, so he's feeling pretty daring at this point of the game.
Yeah. Baron up in 5 seconds as well. Cold Heart is saying, yo, y'all can have the drag. We're going to start this thing up. Come match us if you dare. Sunlight trying to come over here from a bit of a flank angle. RBM going to find the hook. Going to tank as much as he can. Killer Barrage coming through. But look at Yukino. He's going in deep onto Evan. I mean, did they even hit him? It feels like they just tickled him at most. My God. RBM is going to be gone. And
oh, it's over.
Yeah, come on. Come on, man. That's so anticlimactic.
I mean, yeah, we called it. You know, this was the most likely outcome. Quinn just sweeps into the base on top of Valor. And Cold-Hearted, I mean, that got him into groups. You know, you can't fault him for that.
That's true. It worked. That's all that matters at the end of the day. They pick up the win, putting themselves into a 3-1 position. Sending the old heads, they're packing. They're going back to the retirement home. They gotta strategize. They're on life support. The EKG, it's still beep, beep, you know, it's still going. They're not out yet. Yeah. But it's getting rough. Now they're in a very tricky spot.
We'll see him in the 2-2 matchup. They have one last attempt to get into the groups. But yeah, congratulations to Cold-Hearted. Entirely new roster coming in from the first qualifier to this one. Yukino, the leader, obviously, for this team. And I mean, he played like it. Starting that game 5-0 on Poppy in the jungle. Very, very clean game from him and the rest of this squad. I'm very excited to see them play more in the rest of the groups, and I'm excited to see how the rest of the results have been going. As a reminder, there are so many other games going on at the same time. I hope you've all been trying to keep up with that, and yeah, we've got a bit of time before round 5 starts here, Demet.
Yep, we do indeed. Twitter.com/altbattery. You can find the list for all the other streams. This time, I feel like this was kind of what we expected our first game to be, right? A lot closer. A lot more back and forth. Maybe not the unceremonious end there. I was like, damn, y'all could at least fought it out. But, you know, it is what it is. Regardless, it was good to see. So I think we throw it to a bit of a break as we wait for the rest of the teams to all finish up and we get ready for our third and final game of today. We'll see you guys then.
Girls are out of sight, never felt so good, now we getting fired.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
All right, everybody, and welcome on back. It's that time once again, Summer. We're about ready to get into our final game of the day. Really quickly, though, for anyone just joining us, we got to see the old heads, right? Kelly X's grandpa's going up against Cold Hearted, which was one hell of a match. A lot closer this time around, and I'm very happy for it because it really got to showcase just the amount of skill coming out from both these two teams. But Cold Hearted ended up coming out victorious.
Yeah, Cold Hearted making it all the way into the group stage at 3-1. They, of course, have another game to play, as do we right now, because we are in the top of the top, the upper echelon of gameplay, the one and only 4-0 matchup. And this is a rematch of the last qualifier Swiss round, as well as a rematch of the semifinals. And yes, that's right. We have our top two teams here for this qualifier. Let's start off with our number one seed. It is Team Ambition, your current reigning champions. Haven't lost a game in a while now, as they're still rocking with the new guy on the block. Porsche is still on the roster, along with everybody else that you know and love from the Team Ambition squad. Limo, Kachu, Levitate, and Snow 2.
Absolutely. I mean, you call him the new guy. At the end of the day, there's nothing new about Porsche, right? He's been here for a minute. A lot of people know him for good reason. He is a star staple player, but just the entirety of the squad. It really feels like Team Ambition needs almost no introduction, just because, I mean, if you watched the last summer qualifiers, they were up top there as well. They were running things. They're looking to run things this time around as well, being undefeated, but yet again, and they're looking to continue to do that. I'm looking at members, especially now bottom lane, right? Levitate, Snow 2, more staple names that I feel most of us have heard over and over and over, and honestly, for good reason. But it's not going to be easy, Summer. No, not this time around, because they are going up against Mirage Alliance.
Mirage Alliance has the most LCS experience of all of the teams in the qualifiers. That is 4 players that have stepped foot onto the LCS stage and played as Alorim, Chad, Neo, and Dardoch. And of course, Sudsy in the mid lane is no slouch when it comes to the experience either. Has been playing in Tier 2 for a very, very long time, made many playoffs in Proving Grounds, and did just qualify for NACL on Team Tony Top a little bit ago before they disbanded. Now back on Mirage Alliance.
Let's go.
And I think a lot of the viewers and a lot of the committee and a lot of everybody have Mirage Alliance as one of the heavy favorites to make it in all the way to the promotion tournament.
Definitely so. Making it, as well as maybe turning out the lights for Team Ambition here, being the first members to dish them their first loss, as at the moment both of these teams are still undefeated, are looking to continue that run. Would definitely hurt dropping your first loss to one of these teams, but at the same time, you'd have to respect it. I mean, these are, like you mentioned, right, top echelon, best of the best, going head to head to see who truly is the absolute top tier.
This is a match for 5 qualification points. It's also a match to determine who goes into Group A and Group B in the oncoming qualifier in the group stage. And that is going to be a difference mainly when it comes down to quality of opponent in the second round of the playoffs. Your semifinal opponent will either be seed 3 or seed 4, and those are most likely at this point to be Winthrop and Lit. So you can kind of scout out what your opponent's going to be a little bit ahead of time, but you also do want those 5 points for sure. Team Ambition and Mirage Alliance are the point total leaders already, and they definitely want to stay on top of that to make sure they have the highest possible seed going into the promotion tournament.
Absolutely so. Well, enough talk. It's that time. Once again, the draft is underway, and fans are already flying out. Team Ambition getting rid of the Kindred. Strong pick we've talked about before. No real surprise there. And the Nico being dropped down. And on the flip side, Shift System number 1 taken out. And the Maokai as well, a pick that's still been a rather staple. He's not. It feels like the tree. He's a very sturdy tree. He hasn't been going anywhere too much recently.
Yeah, and Ziggs is gone too. This is a champion that's been creeping up the power rankings in people's heads recently. A lot of play on the LCS stage with APA making his debut most recently, and has been showing off on that champion. I mean, he's got Player of the Week or not player of the week, player of the game multiple times on this champion already in his very short stint on that stage. So very happy to see that one getting more priority. Another champion that we're seeing a lot more of recently is this Rel, a flex pick, both jungle and support.
Yep, we've been seeing more of as well. The Poppy being grabbed here for Mirage Alliance. We just got to see it in our previous game, and it was looking menacing. Tristana as well. Okay, we're just running it back at this point. What's going on here?
Yep. Can't do the Demolition Derby with the Tristana and the Ziggs. That one's gone. But you can still have a lot of power in that mid lane. That's very likely where this is going to go. Sudsy piloting the Yordle and just bringing so much extra magic damage necessity to this team from Mirage Alliance. They very well could have Neo on a mage, but it won't be Ziggs, and it won't be Nico either, and it won't be Kai'Sa, because Kai'Sa has a lot of magic damage too, so maybe we're going to need to get some creativity going here from Mirage Alliance if Neo wants to play one of those.
He does so here. Team Ambition picking up the Olaf, which is, that's a bit of a power move, bit of a statement when you're throwing that up into the top lane. I have to imagine that's where it's going, as well as Zaya being picked up. And on the flip side, Mirage Alliance grabbing the Trundle. This is getting interesting. It's getting Brawl City right now.
One of the only champions that can provide a meaningful amount of crowd control to Olaf is Trundle, because you have the pillar to just put something in the way of him, the extra terrain. You can't just Ragnarok through a wall. You're not Kane, So you gotta get some terrain there, and I know Alorum is no stranger to picking the Trundle up top lane, so I would definitely expect that to be the specific counter pick here into Porsche's Olaf, which, by the way, is a champion that he has done just wonders for Team Ambition playing, especially in that finals. If anyone missed it, definitely go back and watch Team Ambition versus Winthrop last weekend, played on Sunday. That was a phenomenal series, but the Olaf from Porsche looked really, really good, and I'm not surprised to see them blind that one.
Yeah, picking it up. They feel confident within it. More bands coming out here for this final phase. Team Ambition focusing on this bot side here, getting rid of the Varus, getting rid of the Rakan here. Obviously, Tristana could go into that mid lane most likely, and with this Aphelios being locked in, I would have to imagine it will be indeed. Now I'm curious to see what Mirage Alliance is going to look to pair with that.
This is really interesting. If that Aphelios is the lock-in, then yeah, there is just no magic damage at all on Mirage Alliance's side. Team Ambition, they have some possibilities to just pick another tank for their support position, or their jungle position, really. That's the power of the flex pick. But things like, Randu and Zoman, plated steel caps, become really valuable against these four champions that Mirage Alliance have. Jax is a great pick too. I'm wondering where that's actually going to go, though. Is this a jungle Jax?
It could genuinely be something we've seen the other day as well. Perhaps it comes out once again. Definitely also feels good against that Trundle. Feels good against the Tristana, as well as he feels. So we'll have to wait and see. This final pick got to be locked in here by Mirage Alliance, and then we'll have a better scope of both compositions.
Wherever that Jax is going, whether it's jungle or a top lane, flexing the Olaf to the jungle, we know that it is going to be Rel and Zaya in the bottom lane. And do my eyes deceive me here, Demet? Is that a Karthus, meaning that it would be Poppy support?
What?
And Karthus going into the jungle.
What is going on today? Your eyes absolutely do not deceive you. You can take the glasses off too. You'll see just fine. It is there, and it is coming out to play. You gotta double check.
Yeah.
Just clean them real quick. Just clean them real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It'll be there once you're there. It'll be there once you put it back on. I promise.
Yep, okay. That is Karthus. Wow. Okay. I know we've been seeing in solo queue some Karthus support. I really doubt that's what's going to happen here. This is most certainly Poppy in the support position. I mean, you do have the W to counteract any crash down shenanigans, stopping those dashes and providing some extra knockback power. I see the value in it here, as it does get locked in for Dardoch, who, by the way, previously a jungle player. Surprise, surprise, if anyone didn't know, Dardoch used to be a jungle player before he played on this team. And, he's probably played a lot of Poppy in his time.
That he is indeed. Oh man, I'm actually I don't even know what to expect now coming up from Mirage. This is definitely a comp. I'm gonna put it that way. It's a comp. How it's gonna play out,
Real.
I'm not so sure, but we're gonna have to wait and see because Summer, we're almost ready. But before we hop onto the, I'd be remiss to not mention the sponsor of the NACL qualifiers, which is Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace, where you can book any car you want for just about any occasion. Don't forget about boring car rentals because Turo.com, that's Turo.com, has got you covered. Summer, let's hop onto the Rift, and we need to find out which one of these teams booked their car with Turo so they can get a fast track into the group stage. Let's get right to it because I want to see what's going down. I want to know where these members are all going, especially from Mirage Alliance, because this comp, it's melting my brain a little bit. I'm like, wait, wait, what? I've been lied to.
Oh my god. Dardoch is the one playing Trundle of all champions, with Alorum playing Poppy in the top lane, and Chad is indeed rocking the Karthus. Who expected this? Not me. I didn't.
I did not either. This is... Hey, let's see how this ends up playing out. Is this gonna be an inch? I gotta like just reorganize all my thoughts for this entire game plan now at this point.
Okay. Not to mention Limo's the one playing Olaf, so Porsche, getting rid of the champion that he's done so much for his team on, sending that one down to the jungle. It's been a while since I've seen a jungle Olaf. Typically, you see that one up top, just ravaging those lanes in the 1v1s. It's been a bit since he's been in flavor, in season, in bloom in the jungle.
Yeah.
The gank's not quite as powerful as they once were.
Yeah, Porsche, he's passing the torch on to Limo. He's like, listen, you've got this. I believe in you. I'll be top lane with the Jacks. On it down. Let's see how this ends up working out. No surprise, your Chad just going to be starting out on the bot side here, grabbing that blue buff, working his way on up. Want to power clear, want to get that Requiem as quickly as possible.
Wow.
Oh,
starting
my God,
with
okay.
the rocket jump is Sudsy in this mid
Kinda
lane.
big.
Yes, that is Sudsy, by the way. We're on live. We'll get that out of the way. Yeah, I mean, the extra damage seems to be felt. Kachu, I think, surprised as us that was what ended up happening. So, meanwhile, up top, Counter-Strike in some trades onto Alorum. I mean, we're looking at mid, we're looking at top. This is where I want to see, because we have a Trundle support. And I was saying before that we may be seeing Poppy support here for Dardoch, because he's been a jungler, he's played Poppy before. I've definitely seen him play Trundle as well. This is not a champion that's unfamiliar to Dardoch in his very long and arduous career.
Definitely so here. Quite a lot of experience under that belt. It's now going to be rather quiet so far. Limo on his way down bot side here, finishing up with that clear. Curious to see. Maybe an interesting position to be in, because this bot side, by pushing it soon, Snow already just taunted him. He's ready to go. He's ready to cause some mischief on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, we know Snow. We know he likes to do that. And we also know that this is a bit of a grudge match for both of these two teams, as we're feeling it in these trades. I mean, you can tell that it's a little personal, because Team Ambition, yeah, they made it to the finals. Yeah, they beat Mirage Alliance, but I know I've heard a lot of copers for Mirage Alliance that was a bit of a fluke, because the game ended in a backdoor. The game ended with Mirage Alliance up 5,000 gold, and Team Ambition snuck it under their noses.
Damn.
And I know Mirage Alliance is not feeling amazing about that, because, I mean, yeah, Team Ambition beat them, but they went and they won the whole thing. And I know Mirage Alliance and these Mirage Alliance copers that I was talking about, they took that personally. They were like, okay, well, if they could do it, then we could have definitely made it all the way to the finals and beat Winthrop University as well. And now we're getting a chance to have this grudge match.
Here, oh, himself that scuttle, but Chad with the smite, gonna go ahead and steal it on away here. Unfortunate, but yeah, God, I mean, all that info you're dropping right now, that's just making the wound even deeper. Now this is a grudge match doesn't even do it justice. I feel like at this point, this is for all the beans.
Oh, I know. It's a big game for both of these teams. Again, it's not just bottom lane. That you can tell that it's a little personal. Every lane is trading back and forth. Even the jungle is getting in on it, trying to steal away those scuttle crabs. Chad having the advantage in the first part of this clear so far. He gets to go for the double scuttle. And, I mean, he's going to need it. He's the big scaling member on the rest of his team. He's got that big magic damage.
So I've said it before, I'll say it again. Crab Wrangler stacks, that's all that matters. Just getting that +1 at the end of the game, that makes me happy. Even if we lose, I count it as a win. But regardless, these teams are going to want to win no matter what here. Chad going around for that second rotation, that second clear coming on through. As it's been, I feel like we've just been accustomed to so much action going on early on from these last 2 games, right? We had the ARAM in game 1. Game 2, it was like the 4-man Comet bot side back and forth trading. This is the first time that it's like more chill, you know, for the first couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'd say so. There's not any like really scary poke, but you are seeing everybody's getting some trades down. We got Drake spawned as well as Chad on the bottom side of this map. Still level 5, doesn't have Requiem quite yet, but him showing on the map does just let Limo know just how far ahead Chad actually is. He's already taken 10 camps on this map and is definitely making his way towards that Karthus late game. Limo needs to step up his game a little bit if he wants to keep up.
Yeah, needs to find some kind of an avenue to make something happen. I mean, it was crazy to see. We saw Chad right in that first little altercation, we'll call that, in the river. When do you usually see like an aggressive Karthus moving up towards you? That's a power move right there. He's putting his foot down. He's saying, listen, man, I will not be bullied. You can play Olaf all you want.
He just floats up slowly and smites you.
And medicine.
Chad, I mean, he's calling himself Chad for a reason, you know.
That's fair. That's
It's
living
a
up to the
fitting
name.
name.
Yeah, living up to the name.
Yeah.
100%.
You know his
here.
name's not actually Chad. His name is Max.
Yeah, that just kind of ruined it for me. That I slept better before you told me that. You could have just not told me. I'm just gonna call it Chad. I like that better.
I mean, yeah, there's a reason he called himself Chad. He's not Max Jungle, you know.
That's fair. He's like maximum Chad, you know, maxed out Chad.
Yeah,
There we go. There we go.
That's true. That's a good one.
That's my cope angle. I'm gonna go with. That makes me feel better. Meanwhile, though, Max Chad, is in this top river, and we're possibly gonna see another altercation between him and Limo because the crab is up, but yet again. But it looks like Limo's actually gonna give that one on over.
Or is he?
Possibly not. Might look for that undertow, but it is going to get smited on away. Chad's going to grab that, and now the Requiem is available. He can sing his song, sing his little heart out.
Wow! that's the
Okay.
the dance command for Karthus. Yeah, you like that?
I like it. That was good. Might have a. Hey, if casting doesn't work out, you might just have another avenue right there.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You know, still voice work at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Drake started up before the Rift Herald spawns too, so maybe there's a possibility that Chad still wants to go for both of these objectives. At the same time, we're seeing Limo, like I said before, he wants to catch up in the jungle farm. He's trying to do so against a Karthus, and that doesn't really feel too great. He's still on the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Chad steals away that Drake. This is very different from the other games that we've had, where Drake was taken in like the teen minutes, like 12 and then 15 was the second game, right? This one before even 8.
He is grabbed on away here. Limo.
It's been an ocean all 3 times.
Oh yeah,
though,
true.
but-
Yeah, it has. True. Yeah, now that I think about it. Yeah, Limo. This top side has that Ragnarok now. Finally, Will has it level 6. He's going to opt to start this up with Porsche here. Get something cross map. Get something for his troubles here. That drag's taken away. He'll grab the Herald for himself. And the bot side, a little bit of plate farming going on down here. We have yet to really see anything happen in this bot lane just yet. The level 6s are coming available here. Both ADCs have that level 6 now. Just waiting for the supports before they can start getting things done.
We did see that Rift Herald was taken by Limo. No support roams even necessary for that one. Like we said before, Mirage Alliance, they committed everything to the Drake. But it was a little actually close to the Rift Herald spawn. I said it was before, but we did see the entire bot side of the map was available for Chad to take for himself, and that's exactly what he did. Sudsy, I think, was attempting to get his Demolish hit in, but just barely not ready for that last auto attack. So even though he went a little topsy-turvy with his positioning there, Kachu prevented that.
He did here. Well, unfortunately, Lemo's gonna have to. I feel like he's got to get the kill. He's got to make up the goal a little bit somewhere here. As maybe they look for it in this bot side here. April with the pillar. Another start coming out from Levitate there. He's ghosted as well. Lemo's here now, and they're going to look for more. Nice stun coming on through, and they should be able to pick up a double kill here. The Ignite will settle the deal, and they'll grab themselves a second kill as well. That's 1 kill on over to Lemo. 1 kill to Snow 2.
Oh,
good night. Good night.
Well, see ya. Wow. Nicely done by Alorem underneath that. Oh my god! Sudsy finding 1-2 in mid lane. All right. Well, Team Ambition made the play in the bottom lane. They're getting some more turret plates down there with the Rift Herald, but the rest of the map is in disarray.
Absolutely. Going over in Mirage's favor there. Sudsy going to pick up some platings of his own. Bot tier 1 is down 10 minutes in already. No more plates to cash out, so I'd have to imagine they're going to look to swap and head on into this mid lane here. It's Snow 2. Just going to keep Sudsy from getting any more plating. Still another 4 minutes before they fall.
Yeah. Levitate and Lemo, they're going to need to be those guys for this Team Ambition game to really take off. They're down to Drake. They're down a couple of kills on the other side of the map. And most importantly, Chad, with the ultimate, not only got the kill, the first one for Mirage Alliance, but he assisted in the kill in mid lane. So he's already picked up that full Leandries. And yeah, I mean, Karthus' damage is going to get really silly very quickly.
Indeed, it will here. Let's see if Alorem finds something. Has to get back to his turret, but a nice little dash should mean that he's A-okay. The Undertow will find the mark, but Alorem, it's just a bit too tanky for him. Gonna flash as well, just to be safe.
Yeah, gotta make sure that you are keeping that bounty on your head. I also do want to point out Alorem actually taking a Tear the Goddess for himself. I know this is a player that really likes going for extra mana up top lane. We've seen a lot of times where he's playing tanks like Gragas up there, and he goes for Rod of Ages, which is something that not a lot of other players do. But Alorem, it seems like that extends to even the champions that can't build Rod of Ages, or at least shouldn't, I guess, and is still going to go for a Winter's approach.
Now the 3-man, they're going to try once again to take out Alorem here. Alorem knows something's coming. Nicely done. It's going to make sure that he's not running into the ambush here. Going to go into the jungle, and most likely they'll have to let him go. On the bot side, the mid laners have been relegated. Moving on down there. So Levitate can cash in on some more planings in that mid lane. Now, Rome's coming down, and Kachu is in a tricky spot. Subjugate comes down. Shuffle is there, but it's just not going to be enough. April barely escaping with his life. And the kill is going to be picked up by Sudsy.
Wow. I don't know. I mean, I guess the Trundle ganks can still work for Dardoch, even if he's playing at support. No items needed at all. Just ult, ignite, and maybe drop a pillar and just walk away. Hopefully, Sudsy can deal enough damage, and seems like he does. Mirage Alliance, they're up a nice chunk of gold off of these kills that they've been able to pick up. And like you said, 2-0 for Sudsy on this Tristana. This is a very threatening mid-lane Yordle that we've got. Oh, that was blind.
Damn. With the power move, dude. He just put him down. Make some more space here so that Chad and Sudsy can grab this second Drake and complete a complete shift from the last 2 games we've been witnessing. These drags are going down the moment that they are up. That's 2 drags for Mirage Alliance. And it's going to be an Inferno Drake, so no Hextech Drake this time around. Fortunate, but it's going to make it interesting, especially with a card that's on your team.
2 of them as well. I mean, this is very close to getting that online already, right? I mean, just 10 minutes away from the soul being possible for Mirage Alliance.
Oh, nice flash to make
flash
sure.
Sudsy.
Yeah. Oh, second Undertow not going to land, but does not matter because Snow 2 is here, and they're going to clean up, and now they're looking to get Lemo back into the game. He may be down in farm, but he's not looking to be down in kills much longer.
He is really down in farm, though. I mean,
it's rough. It's in this economy, man. It's rough. All right, housing market's not that great. The farm market's not that great. You know how much it costs to own Krugs, man? It's crazy. Krugs food is just skyrocketing right now. Let's see if they can make up some money here, though, with this collapse coming through. A nice Empress Divide gonna come on through. And there's nothing that Chad and April can do but watch as Neo is taken out.
yeah, Really nice play there out of Team Ambition. You can see they're still hunting down these kills. That's the second one that they found onto Neo, the member on Mirage Alliance who does have the most recent LCS experience. And he seems to be the member that Team Ambition have pointed to and said, you are the guy that we will make the plays on. And they're working.
Just trying to imagine him like pointing at him. You. Just says nothing, just looks at him. You.
Kind of how it goes, you know?
Yeah.
And on a lot of these champions, it's not quite Vi. Vi literally points at you and then punches you up. I think that's the only League champion that does that. But yeah, it's like a little taunt, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. Herald up and available. If we follow suit from all of these objectives so far, I'd have to imagine it's going down sooner rather than later. And you can see that Chad is already making his way on over with Limo in this bot side. They have vision on him just yet, so they don't know where he is, but definitely seems like they're looking to set up to grab it.
This would be the third objective of the game from Mirage Alliance. They did drop the first Herald, so not a perfect score in this one, unfortunately. But it does look like, with all of the zoning they've got from these Aphelios turrets and everything, that this is going to be an easy one. See if the escape can be just as easy. Limo doesn't really feel too good about giving up this objective. You can tell he's in the area. He's trying to make something happen.
He's mad. He's like, damn, like, come on now. Not going to be able to stop that there. Mid-tier 1 is going to fall as well. While the objective taking is a lot different, Summer. The gold standing itself is fairly similar to our last game here. Both teams neck and neck at the moment. Kill distribution's about the same as well. No one member that is super fed, but it's more everyone's got a bit of gold across the board. Here's Limo getting slowed down, getting jumped on here by Sudsy, and the bomb goes off, and down he goes.
Yeah, there was really no way for Limo to escape that one. It's either all in or you just don't do anything and you just die where you stand. He got caught out by all that extra damage from Tristana. And that's one of the reasons why this champion is so good. Yes, it's a marksman. Yes, it takes turrets very well, but it's also kind of an assassin champion.
Definitely so here. Tier 1 mid lane's been assassinated as well. It's going to build it back up. Caught you with the real estate here, picking up the turret, so it'll stay standing a little bit longer. Relieve some of the pressure, but not going to get too much out of that Herald. It's just that one initial crash, but it is what it is. We're in a state where really, that's about all I feel you can hope for.
As it stands right now, Porsche is really trying to make the side lane work for himself, trying to get those turrets down. And, you know, he's not listening to the Mirage Alliance copers, you know. In a game of League of Legends, it doesn't matter how you kill the Nexus, as long as you do it. So the side lane is the name of the game for this Jax.
Dude, what is April doing?
You know what? I agree with him.
Oh, dude, April was like, he was staring. So he hit that 1,000-yard stare. He was like ready to go. I was scared, and I'm not even on the rift. But regardless, the mid-tier 1 constructed by Kachu has fallen, and April's in a tricky spot, getting stunned up here. The purple gun on the Ophelio should be able to make sure they're able to fall back. The pillar gets dropped with the subjugate as well, but the tides might just be turning here, Summer, because 2 members go down. Requiem gets dropped, should find at least 1 kill here. They'll grab themselves that. Featherstorm is going to buy them some time and a little bit of space, and so Alorum, Sudsy, and Neo all have to go ahead and back off. Limo might look for more, though, if you can find the Undertow. Finds it onto Alorum, though. That might just be the one member that you don't want to hit with it.
Let's see. Chad's dead when the Drake is alive. Will Team Ambition actually decide to sneak their way into this pit and start this up? Alorum at full HP isn't really the easiest member to try to engage on this with. Limo is very low still.
DP coming through. Porsche in the thick of things, trying to find the stun onto Sudsy. Won't quite grab it, though. Sudsy able to jump to safety. Drag. Let's get poked up, but they're not going to look to start it just yet. I have to imagine Mirage Alliance, they're just going for it. Yeah, Team Ambition going to opt to just give that one on over. Don't want to risk it just yet.
I like that a lot out of Mirage Alliance. Alorum knows all he has to do is just stay stationary on this play. That Jax flank really didn't do anything for them, so just all the confidence in the world. Mirage Alliance secure their 3rd Drake of the game, and I think Limo's dead again.
Limo going in deep.
Oh my god.
Assassin Tristan is not quite going to be enough, though. Limo staying alive. April Going on top of him, though. Stream Shuffle coming on through. They're going to try and find something, but it won't quite be enough. And Chad staying alive some way, somehow. 2 members from Team Ambition going down.
I got to be honest, Kachu. I think you should have thrown Chad the other way. I don't think that was what Limo really wanted you to do there. You brought the Karthus directly on top of his head. He was trying to dodge the whole time. And at the end, you didn't even have an opportunity to dodge. Chad didn't even need to hit the Qs. He just had to sit on him with the E. And it's like, oh, okay, I guess
I'll take that.
I guess I just do this now.
That works too.
Well, you win some, you learn some, as they say. So, Team Ambition, they're still playing the side lanes. They still have Porsche attempting these.
April, dude, he's like a hunter. He smelled Porsche in that bush. Fortunately, I don't think he's going to be able to get him there. The counter-strike going to make sure the Porsche can back on off, but it's going to lay the back, and they are going to go ahead and protect that tier 1 in this top lane. April's got to be careful, though. The rest of the gang is coming. You know, is there a bit of damage coming out? Ultimately, this Baron is up and available. Every single objective, the moment it's up, we see pivoting towards it, and we're seeing exactly that. A nice 3-man shuffle. This is what we wanted to see in game 2 as well. We're seeing exactly that. Solo him out, take him down. Down goes the Relin with that. Starting up this Baron. Question is, will they look to try and burn it? Going in deep, Porsche is there.
Okay.
CC immunity with the Ragnarok coming through. Nice that first shuffle coming through as well. A lot of damage. Kneels down. The Requiem gets dropped. Sing if you can. Levitate out for the count. Kachu separated from the rest of the team there. Porsche is going to be running a separate way, and Kachu is going to be the one just running as far as he can. Drops the turret as well, but it's just not going to be enough. The shielding will not keep him alive.
Mirage Alliance, they're out for vengeance for that semifinal match. They want to get the repeat performance in the Swiss. They already hit the 5-0 before. They're looking to do it again. That play around the Baron was super, super clean. And yeah, Chad goes down. That's kind of what he wants to do, just to set up for that Requiem in the middle of the Team Ambition. Choose their target onto the guy that can still hit you after he's dead. And, I mean, with the incredible Poppy ultimate from Alorum, that play was just super, super simple for Mirage Alliance. Very, very well done. Haven't secured the Baron yet, though. They do need to go right back to the scene of the crime and try to get that.
Indeed, they do. Feels like we're seeing just that little bit of gold difference, as well as those stats coming through from those dragons. An amazing positioning coming through to play here. Because when you look at it, the teams are still fairly neck and neck, right? Even gold-wise, after that huge 4-man death there. It's only about a 1 K difference coming through. As now, it might look for more once again. Chad's got to be careful. He is pushing out a little bit, but he's going to be okay. They were looking at the Baron, but they're not going to be able to start it up just yet.
All that vision that they set up on Mirage Alliance will actually get cleared out now. Still a couple of sneaky wards in there. A lot of control wards purchased and placed by Mirage Alliance, but again, they're all dead now. So that is a good chunk of gold. That is hasn't really been used super well.
Levitate, looking for the
Ooh,
Poe. Yeah, nice pillar. Gonna force out the Featherstorm to come through. Huge 3-man. Oh, they're coming through from Neo as well. He's free firing, and that's gonna be Snow 2 taken down. Levitate has gotta run. Chad getting thrown into the thick of things as he's taken out once again. The Requiem's gonna get dropped, and that should be a free triple kill for him. Porsche is the only man left standing, and Alorum doesn't want to let him run, but he's gonna have to. We take those. They'll lose 2 members, but drop 4 in return. Mirage Alliance coming out on top.
Oh, again, these Requiems are just way too strong for anyone at Team Ambition to deal with. They were really not expecting this Karthus pick to come through, and it really does come all the way back full circle to that draft, even though we're 23 minutes in. The Mirage Alliance creativity at that stage of the game is really paying off for them. They've got some very strong picks for themselves, and even the creativity, the weird Trundle pick for Dardoch is also putting in quite a lot of work. So you got to give these members a whole lot of credit. Again, a Baron play is successful, even though the Baron isn't taken. And at this point, Mirage Alliance, they don't even want the Baron. They want to go over to the Drake Soul.
Yeah. My God, the placement of those pillars has been absolutely crucial this entire game. You saw, right? It forced Levitate to have to burn the Featherstorm because he just couldn't fall back effectively. With that out for the count, Mirage Alliance has looked to collapse, took them all out, and now this drag is up for the taking. It would give them soul, and so Team Ambition knows they have to fight for this Alorum in a tricky spot, but look how damn tanky he is. They're just tickling him at this point. Come on now, you gotta do some damage. They are able to force them away from the drag here. Kachu is on the flank. Charging up that keeper's verdict. Not going to find anyone though. Limu going in deep, trying to find members, but there's no one in the back of Martin's hand. He's going to go down. Sudsy jumping over the wall, staying alive, but he's still going to get shut down. The drag goes down, secured by Chad. It's Requiem time, baby. Surely, never mind. It's not even needed because April is going to clean things up with Kachu. And that's going to be the ace for Mirage Alliance. Only April makes it out, but they get the drag and they get the ace.
Triple kill for Chad as well. He's up to 8 kills, and only Dardoch survives the entire exchange. The little support trundle that could. Picks up his first kill of the game, too. Good job, buddy. We're seeing still some carry potential. Yeah, I like that emote. Yeah, he knows.
Oh my god. Dardoch, man. There's a reason he's got those 16 assists. He's been everywhere at all times, and he has been instrumental in Mirage Alliance's success in prior games as well as this one. Now they just have to find a way to close it out if they want to win this all-meaning grudge match, if they want to dethrone Team Ambition.
They definitely do. They are poised to do it now as well with the 4 Drakes in a row. Like you said, I mean, that's just so broken with the Karthus ultimate too. He might as well just drop the ultimate right now. Just force everyone to recall and just go right over to the Baron. You might as well. Like, it literally will do that. I bet it would take Levitate's entire HP bar.
Literal Chad behavior coming out here from Chad. He's been doing the Lord's work here, but now, Summer, we're seeing the pains coming out on this Baron. It's been standing for a bit too long. You know, it hasn't respawned yet. It's not fresh anymore, and they don't like that. So they're going to look to start it up here. Coming through as well. Vision is on it. So Mirage Alliance knows what they got to do. The question is, will they make it there in time? Kachu doing his best to keep Chad away, but he's pushing him into the alcove itself. And they're just going to go ahead and blow up Snow too. Requiem gets dropped down, and it's a sectioned out fight. Kachu's going to be the first one to fall, and the rest of the members of Team Ambition are crumbling one after another. It was a good call, but just poor execution coming through. The pillar gets dropped from Dardoch, and that should be exactly what they needed to secure the kill. Look at him. He's like a bouncer. He's just standing there like, you're not going back to base, buddy.
Not even giving him the opportunity to jump away. Another pillar, another thumbs up out of Dardoch. That Baron is well under half HP. And Limo, I think, is just going to try to take a red buff on his way out. There's the Turo Baron buff.
This point, and it's gonna be nothing. Buff transfer complete. He's gonna go down the Turo Baron buff in the hands of Mirage Alliance. I don't know what card they booked, Summer, but they are on the fast track to entering Team Ambition's base.
Yeah, the 5-for-0 ace. Again, I gotta point out, Kachu, I think you should use your Azir ultimate to push Karthus away from your team. I think Chad wants to be in the middle of everybody, dealing all this damage, dropping these Requiems. This is the perfect outcome for him 2 times in a row now. I think we're going to need to go back to the drawing board a little bit. We have a Trundle Pillar, an Engage attempt, and Mirage Alliance, they're feeling very confident that they can just walk in anywhere they choose and end the game.
Yeah. Look at the goal. You look at the items. Oh my god, that turret was up and it was down. It did very little to stop the pressure that is mounting from Mirage Alliance as they look to march on every single one of these lanes. On top, the only 2 lanes left with these tier 2s, and Neo is looking to rectify that as soon as possible. Down that is going to go as they continue to march.
There goes another turret here. They've got a cannon with the Baron minions, and it doesn't really look like Team Ambition wants to fight them over on this. Oh, here's what I was talking about before. Yep, half HP on Levitate. Yeah, have fun.
Back to base, he has to go, and that means they won't be able to protect the inhibitor that's going to fall on this bot side. Mid tier 3 falls as well. Mid inhibitor is going to go down and follow suit, and the base is officially cracked wide open now. That tier 2 in the top lane is next on the list.
Yeah, Levitate, you better buy Zonias there, buddy. You're not avoiding it any other way. That damage is coming for you, and it's coming hard. This is maybe a magic resist angle, as
you think?
Maybe.
Just maybe, just maybe. Surprisingly, in non-Chad fashion, not going for the greed book yet. Still has that Darksteel fully stacked, 10 stacks here. Hasn't opted to get the book just yet. Wanted to get the Rabadons online here. Get as much AP as possible. Now Dardock's got to be a little bit tricky here. Porsche in the 1v1 with the Lorem. They're kind of sectioned out. Dardock on his way on over to help. It's going to be a 2-on-2. Porsche has got a dip, but the slow is coming through from the Iceborne Gauntlet. It's just so much.
Ooh.
And they are going to go ahead and grab themselves Limo. That's one member off the board. And that means it is time to retreat, fall back to the next sector. We'll have to protect there, because that tier 2 is not standing for long here. They're going to look to take a fight onto Dardock, but the rest of the squad is here, and it's only going to end in misery as one more member goes down. They'll find themselves a pick onto Neo, but they're going to lose everyone else for it. Kachu going down as well. Porsche as well as Snow 2 are the only members left standing as they have to protect a dying base. And it's looking to me like Mirage Alliance is going to go ahead and close it out. Sing your song, baby. The Requiem comes down. And so do the turrets. And so does the Nexus. And with that, Mirage Alliance will stay undefeated, going 5-0.
That's got to feel good for Mirage Alliance. They get revenge on the semifinals, and they claim their throne in the 5-0 fashion. The Swiss yet again. Big ups to Mirage Alliance for picking up that last win of the Swiss. They will make their way all the way to Group A again. And yeah, like I said, that's got to feel really good. Very vindicating for Mirage Alliance.
We've come full circle. No back. If it would have been a back door for Mirage Alliance, then it really would have been just full circle. That would have been insane.
Yeah, very well played. We're getting an update from our producer, Caddy. Doubling the damage of anybody else was Chad Jungle on that Karthus. And I don't know why I'm surprised. That was a very strong showing from him. Did not step off the gas even a little bit the entire way through. So, yeah, well-earned victory from Chad. Well-earned victory from the rest of Mirage Alliance. And they can sit pretty moving on into the group stage at that 5-0 benchmark. They're well on their way to making it to the promotion tournament.
Definitely so. Plus 5 points secured as well. Feels good. Always like to see that. And overall, just a strong performance coming out from Mirage Alliance. They've dethroned our previous Kings team, Ambition. They're going to have to, I mean, they're not, it's not all terrible. They're not out or anything like that. But, it hurts the pride a little bit, I'm sure, right? It's like, damn, come on. Now we were going to go and defeat it. What's up with that?
It's back and forth between those two teams, It's always been close, and I think it always will be. At this point, the only way they could possibly play against each other again is if it is in the best of 5 finals. I feel like that might be a match of destiny there. We'll see if that actually ends up playing out over the next few weeks, but that's going to be it from us on the mainstream for the Swiss qualifiers. There's still a lot of other games going on right now, including one still on Rally Cry 2, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, I think they ended their game over there, but there's still a lot of other games going on. Be sure to check out the Twitter channel of Alec Battery. You can see his spreadsheet that he's got everything going up. I'm looking over there. There's still some important games going on. I know Gentle Hearts versus Wang Dynasty. That's a 2-2 game. That's still being streamed over on the Grandpa's channel. So definitely check that out. But yeah, thanks for hanging out with us on this channel.